Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
At 30 Government Secondary School, Peggy Community in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, students, parents, teachers, community leaders and government officials gathered for a sensitization program aimed at educating children on their rights and how to report abuse. The program, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, focused on empowering children to understand and protect their rights against abuse, violence and exploitation. Representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu-san, the Director of Women and Children Department, Ngozi Okorie, said despite existing local and international laws protecting children, many still face violence, neglect, early marriage, female genital mutilation and exclusion from decisions affecting their lives. She noted that protecting children requires collective action from families, schools, religious institutions, and communities.
Every child has the right to survival. Every child has the right to protection, education, participation, and dignity. Yet, we know that in practice, these rights are often violated through neglect, through violence, child labor, early marriage, female genital mutilation, infanticide, and exclusion from decisions that affect the children.
Okorie also encouraged children to speak up whenever their rights are violated, stressing that children must not only know their rights, but also understand safe channels for reporting abuse. She said the Commission remains committed to promoting and protecting the rights of children across the country through community engagement and sensitization programs.
When children understand their rights, they can speak up safely and demand respect. When parents and teachers understand, they become protectors, not barriers. When traditional and religious leaders lend their voice, harmful practices lose.
Disconnected.
When the whole community faces shared standards, accountability becomes real.
Chairman of the School-Based Management Committee, Taofiq Kadir, said many children in rural communities still lack basic awareness about their rights because they have little exposure beyond their immediate environment. According to him, formal education alone is not enough to equip children with the knowledge needed to protect themselves from abuse and exploitation.
We have villages surrounding us here. Some of these archaic and old traditional practices still happen, whereby the child rights is being violated. That is why, if you heard my speech, I was talking about 2.0. We had one when the Child Rights Act was passed. Child Rights Bill now formed into Act when it was passed. I invited the National Human Rights Commission to come and educate the students what their rights are and the channels of reportage where they can make reports and where they can feel safe in making such reports. So these children, some of them, you'll be shocked, have not left this community ever since they've been given birth to. So they don't know what happens in the outside world there. So we try to bring whatever government brings to protect the children into the community so that they can benefit from it.
Kadir revealed that some children in the community are prevented by guardians from completing their education in order to keep them in domestic servitude, describing the situation as only a fraction of the challenges many children face silently. He called for stronger community support systems and continuous sensitization to ensure children feel safe enough to report abuse. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FG moves to scrap fines for drug traffickers, pushes 15 to 25 years jail term. Police launch search after abduction of NECO students in Borno. Anambra to begin environmental sanitation crackdown from July 4. Senegal police fire tear gas at constitutional reform protesters. And Chelsea blame Maresca's mid-season exit for poor 2025-26 season. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has disclosed that the federal government is planning to remove the option of fines for convicted drug traffickers. The NDLEA spokesman, Femi Babafemi, revealed the development on Monday during an appearance on a television program, said it that the option of fines creates a loophole that weakens the fight against drug-related crimes. Babafemi said the judiciary has remained a strong partner in the agency's efforts to prosecute drug offenders, noted that the agency records a conviction rate of nearly 90%. They have identified the option of fines for convicted drug traffickers as a major challenge, saying its removal will serve as a stronger deterrent. Said a proposed amendment championed by the Office of Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice will eliminate the fine option and replace it with mandatory prison terms of 15 to 25 years for convicted drug traffickers. This is said will ensure that offenders face imprisonment rather than paying fines and returning to the illicit drug trade. Babafemi added that the agency has, in some of its recent operations, uncovered billions of naira in the bank accounts of suspected drug traffickers, adding that the funds have been frozen while efforts are underway to secure their forfeiture to the federal government. He said Nigeria has become an increasing hostile environment for drug traffickers, forcing many of them to relocate to other countries to evade arrest. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control said it has uncovered a warehouse stocked with expired baby wipes intended for illegal revalidation and sale to unsuspecting consumers. The agency said the value of the products was estimated at 42 million naira. The statement shared on X on Monday, the agency said during the operation, its officers discovered over 200 and 40 cartons of expired baby wipes that's already been revalidated and repackaged, alongside approximately 20,000 additional expired wipes, equivalent to 625 cartons awaiting revalidation. NAFDAC said one suspect was apprehended at the scene while the warehouse was sealed and the products evacuated for further investigation. The Anambra State government has commenced a crackdown on owners of structures causing environmental degradation, as well as individuals blocking waterways and indiscriminately dumping refuse into drainage channels. As part of the initiative, the government has declared Saturday, July 4, 2026 as a commencement date for a statewide distilling and waste evacuation exercise. The development was disclosed in a statement issued on Monday by the Commissioner for Information and Value Reorientation, Law MEFO. MEFO said Governor Chukwuma Soludo's administration had made environmental sustainability a top priority to address flooding and other environmental challenges affecting the state. Commissioner said that to ensure the success of the exercise, movement will be restricted across the state from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. According to him, only essential service providers, including security agencies, healthcare workers, ambulances, journalists, the fire service, and other authorized personnel will be exempted from the restriction. MEFO urged residents to cooperate with the government, warning that anyone who failed to comply with the directive will be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The federal government has confirmed that the next evacuation flight bringing Nigerians home from South Africa will depart on Tuesday as efforts continue to ensure the safety of citizens following fears of possible xenophobic attacks. Speaking with newsmen on Monday, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebi Ebimfa, said an Air Peace aircraft departed Nigeria Monday and will return with another batch of evacuated Nigerians on Tuesday morning. The latest development comes amid heightened concerns over planned anti-immigration protests expected to begin on June 30, with the government continuing its voluntary evacuation program for Nigerians who have indicated interest in returning home. The BNFA also urged Nigerians who may remain in South Africa after the planned June 30 protests to stay calm, remain security conscious, avoid areas where protesters are gathering, and maintain regular contact with the Nigerian High Commission for updates and assistance. The latest evacuation is part of a program approved by President Bola Tinubu earlier this month to facilitate the voluntary return of Nigerians willing to leave South Africa. Before the latest operation, the federal government had already evacuated 328 Nigerians in 2 batches. The first evacuation flight, which arrived on June 11, brought home 262 Nigerians, while the second batch of 66 returnees arrived in Lagos on June 25. Former Governor of Plateau State, Joshua Darie, on Monday submitted a 2-volume peace and security report to Governor Caleb Mofwang with recommendations centered on the protection of vulnerable communities, recovery of displaced persons, and institutional reforms aimed at ending the cycle of violence in the state. The report comes amid a renewed wave of deadly attacks in rural communities across Plateau in the first half of 2026, which left scores dead, thousands displaced, and farmlands destroyed. Presenting the report to Governor Mofwang at the Rayfield Government House in Jos on Monday, Darie said the assignment went beyond administration and touched directly on the protection of lives, the safety of communities, and the pursuit of enduring peace across the state. According to him, the committee produced a comprehensive 2-volume report containing detailed analysis, key findings, implementation frameworks, and practical recommendations for government action. Among its key recommendations, the report calls for a comprehensive stabilization and recovery framework that extends beyond military responses to include the protection of vulnerable communities, support for internally displaced persons, reconstruction of affected settlements, livelihood restoration, trauma healing, youth empowerment, women's participation, interfaith collaboration, traditional conflict mediation, and education. Governor Mofang described the document as a strategic roadmap that will guide informed dialogue and practical interventions aimed at addressing the complex security and socio-political challenges confronting Plateau State, reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to building lasting peace through inclusive dialogue, institutional reforms, and strengthened collaboration with the federal government. The Borno State Police Command has deployed security operatives to Lassa community in Askira Oba local government area following the abduction of an unsatisfied number of students sitting for the National Examinations Council NECO examinations by suspected terrorists. The attack occurred on Monday morning when a gunman reportedly invaded the school at about 9 a.m., firing sporadically before abducting several students and women selling food within the school premises. Confirming the development, the spokesperson for the Borno State Police Command, Nahum Daso, said security operatives responded swiftly and engaged the attackers, preventing what could have been a larger-scale abduction. Special Advisor to Adamawa State Governor Amadu Fintiri on Media and Strategy, Solomon Kwamaga, a resident of Lassa, also confirmed the incident to newsmen on Monday morning. Disclosed that the attackers arrived on motorcycles and invaded the school. Earlier, the president of the Borno South Youth Alliance, Samaila Kaigaba, told journalists that the attackers wore military and forest guard uniforms. However, residents who spoke claimed that 2 teachers and 1 student were killed during the attack. Gombe State Governor Muhammadu ENUGU has charged newly elected local government chairpersons to prioritize grassroots development, strengthen security, and deliver responsive governance as they assume office across the state. The governor gave the charge on Monday during the swearing-in ceremony of chairpersons elected in the June 27 local government elections, which he described as peaceful, transparent, and credible. Congratulating the new council leaders, Yahya said that victory reflected the confidence reposed in them by their constituents and reaffirmed public support for the All Progressives Congress. It described local governments as the closest tier of government to the people, stressing that they play a critical role in delivering primary health care, basic education, rural infrastructure, water supply, sanitation, agricultural support, and community development. The governor also urged the chairpersons to work closely with communities to enhance intelligence gathering and strengthen local peace-building efforts in the face of evolving security challenges. He also commended the Gombe State Independent Electoral Commission, security agencies, election officials, the media, and residents for ensuring a peaceful electoral process. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has alleged that there are attempts to ensure that the African Democratic Congress is not on the ballot for the 2027 general election. Atiku was also the ADC presidential candidate for the 2027 general election, made the allegation in a statement issued by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication, Frank Shaibu, on Monday. The former vice president said he had received credible information that anti-democratic elements were allegedly plotting a coordinated onslaught to ensure that the ADC was excluded from the 2027 election. He warned that any attempt to prevent the ADC from participating fully in the electoral process will represent one of the gravest assaults on Nigeria's constitutional democracy since the return to civil rule. Atiku, while stating that he hoped the information would not materialize, noted that recent developments had made it impossible to dismiss such warnings lightly. He noted that Nigerians had watched over the past months as every conceivable tactic had allegedly been deployed against the opposition, from attempts to manufacture a leadership crisis to judicial ambushes, administrative harassment, and calculated efforts to delegitimize the country's fastest-growing political movement. He added, no administration has the constitutional authority to determine which political party Nigerians are permitted to vote for. Sovereignty belongs to the people, not to those with temporary willed power. The ballot is sacred, and every attempt to tamper with it is an attack on the Republic itself. The national leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Senator Serika Dixon, has appealed to the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi's running mate, Rabiu Kwankwaso, and others to remain committed to the party despite a recent federal high court judgment in Lokoja that questions its registration. Dixon made the appeal on Sunday during an interview on television program dismissing reports that some of the party's candidates were considering leaving the NDC following Friday's judgment delivered by Justice Ishai Danche. The court had set aside its earlier judgment of December 10, 2025, which directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to register the NDC as a political party. Justice Danchen ruled that the previous judgment affected the interests of a peace movement party which claimed ownership of a logo used in security in the registration order but was not joined in the suit. Reaction to the concerns that the ruling could destabilize the party, Dixon insisted that the judgment was only intended to create panic and discourage members. He maintained that all NDC candidates had already emerged through the party's processes and would eventually be uploaded to INEC's portal for the 2027 general election. The NDC leader disclosed that the party will file its appeal on Monday, insisting that the local judgment neither deregistered the party nor prevented it from participating in the 2027 general election. Still to come, Senegal police fire tear gas at constitutional reform protesters. Chelsea blame Maresca's mid-season exit for poor 2025-26 season. Stay with us.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Ghana's military chief, who was also the president's son, said on Sunday he had ordered the closure of two leading media outlets, declaring that they did not believe in a free press. Muhoozi Kainerugaba said the Daily Monitor, Uganda's largest independent daily newspaper, and NTV Uganda, one of the country's largest private broadcasters, will not reopen without his permission. They did not give specific reasons for closing the media outlets, both of which are owned by Nation Media Group, NMG, a media conglomerate headquartered in Kenya and listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. The Daily Monitor reported on Sunday that military personnel had been deployed at NMG's premises in the capital Kampala, and that staff were being prevented from leaving or entering the premises. NTV Uganda and other NMG TV and radio broadcasters in the country were all down as of Sunday morning. Senegalese police fired tear gas on Monday to disperse protesters outside parliament as lawmakers debated a constitutional amendment that would expand parliamentary powers and reduce those of a president. A proposal critics say could upset the balance of power in government. Senegalese civil society groups and political parties say the reform is an attempted power grab by the parliament speaker and former Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko. Dispute over constitutional reform risk deepening political divisions in Senegal, particularly between President Bassirou Diomaye Faye and Sonko. Sonko's dismissal in May underscored a widening split over reforms and a response to a mounting debt crisis. Relations between them may remain tense after Sonko was elected Speaker of Parliament. The push for constitutional reform has been driven by the ruling Pastor Party led by Sonko. Proposed changes include a provision prohibiting a sitting president from serving as leader of a political party. Faye is also a member of PATSTEF, but no longer holds any official role in the party. A father and son have been rescued alive from the rubble of a collapsed building in Venezuela 4 days after powerful earthquakes ripped through the country, offering a rare moment of hope as rescuers continued searching for survivors beneath mountains of debris. The pair were pulled from the wreckage on Sunday in the coastal state of La Guaira after emergency workers spent nearly 12 hours carefully cutting through concrete slabs and twisted steel. Rescue teams from France and the United States led a delicate operation using specialist equipment to locate and extract the survivors without causing further collapse. Both were severely dehydrated and were immediately taken to hospital for treatment. The rescue came barely 24 hours after another remarkable breakthrough when a woman and a 9-month-old baby were found alive on the remains of a residential building. While the latest rescues have lifted the spirits of emergency workers and anxious families, experts warn that the chances of finding more survivors diminished significantly after the first 3 days following a major earthquake. Authorities say at least 1,450 people have now lost their lives, more than 3,000 others have been injured, and about 13,000 residents displaced by the disaster. Hundreds of buildings have either collapsed or suffered extensive structural damage, where thousands of people remain missing as search operations continue across the affected communities. More than 2,600 rescue personnel from several countries have joined Venezuelan emergency agencies in combing through destroyed buildings in search of those still trapped. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez said restoring essential services remain a priority, with electricity gradually returning to affected communities, although schools will remain closed while engineers assess damaged structures. Canadian music superstar Drake has won more than $1 million after successfully betting on Canada to defeat South Africa in the FIFA World Cup round of 32 clash. Toronto-born rapper staked $770,000 over 1.18 billion naira on a Canadian victory, with a wager carrying a potential payout of $1,001,000, about 1.54 billion naira. Canada's dramatic 1-0 victory earned Drake an estimated $231,000, about 355 million naira in profit. Before kickoff, Drake revealed on Instagram that the high profit bet was prompted by a message from renowned South African DJ Black Coffee. Canada sealed a victory qualification for the World Cup round of 16 when midfielder Steven Exterkel struck a superb volley deep into the second half stoppage time at Sophie Stadium in Los Angeles, and in South Africa's impressive tournament run. The victory also marked another milestone for co-host who reached the World Cup round of 16 for the first time in their history. Chelsea on Monday explained the dramatic departure of former head coach Enzo Maresca, blaming his mid-season resignation for derailing what the club described as a hugely disappointing 2025-26 campaign. In a statement published on the club's website, Chelsea said the disruption caused by Maresca's exit during the Christmas period played a significant role in the team's struggles and forced the club into an unwanted managerial change halfway through the season. According to Chelsea, the first signs of trouble emerged in the autumn of 2025, and Maresca informed club officials that he might have the opportunity to succeed Pep Guardiola as Manchester City manager at the end of the season. Chelsea also confirmed that confidential settlements had been reached with both Manchester City and Maresca. The agreement with City includes compensation, while the former Chelsea boss would also pay compensation under a new separate confidential settlement. Looking ahead, Chelsea expressed confidence in a new manager, Xabi Alonso, describing him as a professional of the highest integrity with an exceptional football mind capable of restoring the club to success. The statement marks the first time Chelsea have publicly explained the circumstances surrounding Maresca's departure, offering supporters of the club's account of one of the most turbulent managerial changes in recent seasons. That's a wrap on Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chikichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then I told them my story. I didn't know that there were some press men who were hanging around. All the inspiration, all the good things I said, they left it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My friend was not speaking to me for years. Called me from America. Why now? Why you don't want to kill yourself? Why? Now broke you broke. We go help you. I said, now broke, I broke. You will not tell us we will help you. Now broke you broke. I said, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me.
My brother and friend, the comedian, filmmaker, actor, and musician ONG is my guest today. ONG is a true pioneer. He, is one of the pioneers of the skit culture in Nigeria from as far back as 2001.
And I was happy when Tauma told me. She said she was 11 or 12, and my skit was one of the first things she ever saw.
That's amazing.
And said, I want to do this. I think I can do this like this man. Wole Agba said every time my skit was being played, because my montage, you would hear a dog chasing a comedian is running home to go and watch. So every time he hears that sound, it goes, to one and says, man, I want to do this. So those things inspire me. So many others, they act as if you didn't start it. And I can't go up and down saying I started this gangster shit. It's just the thanks I get for all the, but it's good.
This is the man who tells me that he left his own wedding, left his wife dancing to go and do a show.
One of the banks had called me Thursday, are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Only for me to remember that at the wed, when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. And my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now let me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as I say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody.
We talk about how that marriage has evolved, with him being Niger Delta and she being Yoruba, he being Christian and she being Muslim, watcher of NSPPD.
Let me shock you. Every morning, you cannot take my wife away from NSPPD. 7 to 8:10. I say 8:10 because by 8:10 is when the man will now put account and say that is when the Lagos Island in my wife comes out. Say me the man phone every day.
He being a hardcore rap fan and she being a Muslim who also listens only to Fuji music.
I am a strict hip hop guy.
Yes.
247. Yeah. My wife has always been a Fuji person.
Yes.
My wife keeps telling me that we're not going to renew our vow until I am rich enough for her to pay Kwam1.
I support it.
To sing at her traditional wedding.
Then we talk about 2018 or so when he wanted to take his life because everything had gone. Everything, he had lost everything.
The sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. If you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
In 2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11.
It's like dying.
Yes. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. And someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. Went to the dispenser, I poured water in a cup. I gave it to him. He drank the water. When he finished, he drank. He hugged me. Thank you, Daddy. And then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? I packed the thing. Yeah. Pack him. I said, I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool.
It was a funny show. We started it laughing and we ended it in a place of reflection, of lessons, and of beauty. Welcome to With Today.
Come for me.
Make I wake up. Her 24th tattoo, I will.
Who they do tattoo?
My next guest.
Well, we not fit to. Not fit do tattoo.
You dey fear?
My wife told me she wanted to do a tattoo. Kept insisting. because for her birthday this year, she's going to be 45.
Right.
So she wanted a tattoo. I said, don't leave all this one. Say she want tattoo my name. I say, why? You know whether me and you go quarrel. Who go separate? You come carry down and they go show people up and down. See the idiot.
Say the very I put it
I see tattoo name for my body. The man see they do anyhow. I say, I beg. She say, oh, so you have it in mind to quarrel with me. I say, you know, see, when there's no money, you will not know the real attitude of a man.
Yes.
I don't get money now. And with the kind of blessing God is preparing for me,
yes,
I don't know what I might do.
I love it.
You understand? God might just shock me, and I will look down. This woman, you've been with me for donkey years, Armageddon. You have suffered, you've washed clothes. Let's bring in one small girl to come and be assisting you. You understand? You know, all those kind of things.
Yes, she won't be stressed.
You understand? You say no. I say it's not good for you. You've suffered. You know, you should just be traveling all over the world, spending my money. Why you are doing that? Let one small girl be at home. Just be doing all of this little thing, cleaning house before you come back. By then you now say you've tattooed my name on your back. No, don't do it.
So she didn't do it?
No, so leave tattoo. Don't worry.
Let's start with that.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with your wife, because you and your wife have a fantastic story. Yes. So first I want to talk about the scandalous part. If they never hear before, maybe a year.
Yeah.
Say, during your wedding, you left your wedding.
Yes.
To go and MC an event.
Yes. It was like that then, because as at the time when I was marrying my wife, it wasn't about all of the whole society wedding thing. It was just, you know, wanting to marry the person that you love. You didn't care what form it took place. So it wasn't something elaborate. It was something big. It was a normal, okay, let's go to the registry, Ikoyi. From the registry, we'll now go over to the reception. But incidentally, a week to the wedding, one of the banks had called me. I was running a promo then. It was a sharp promo, you know. One of those 1 hour promos that they would just do, raffle, you know me, and they like the way I just spice it up when I do my thing. So they called me and say, so the Thursday, are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Why not? So, only for me to remember that I did wed that particular. So I now called back. And the first thing I asked them is, how much will they pay this time? So when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. And so, after we'd finished everything, we'd got in there, we had dancing, we had sat down, you know, and my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now let me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as they say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody. And I just disappeared. PM. So I got there, I was in my, tuxedo with the bow tie and they were looking like, man, you're looking so sharp. So immediately I started saying, you welcome the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And not to you, I'd like to welcome you to the blah, 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 blah promo draw. In fact, I'd like you all to congratulate me. I'm just coming from my own wedding reception. I got married today. They started laughing. They thought it was a joke. Like, you can't be serious. They took it as one of my. I said, okay. So I started telling them, as I'm standing here in front of you, I have a retinue of people waiting for me who don't know where I've actually gone to. I know today is going to be war for me and some of my friends. My in-laws don't even know what's happening. In fact, the only person who knows that I'm actually here is my wife. And they're like, this guy can't be serious. And then I did the thing. By the time I got back, it was just about 2 of my friends. My wife was still dancing, and the rest, they're still just spraying her, and the rest. So when I came in, I could see that frown on my face. So my wife, so I just went to meet her. I said, how far? I said, everything went okay. So I just continued dancing with her. And then from then on, I carried on, we went home. And we've been happy ever since. Yeah. She has never mentioned it. There has never been any mention of it. And I'm hoping that when I finally hit that money, get that big endorsement, get that big money, like the type of money you have, You know, I'm hoping.
We receive it.
Amen. Amen. We've seen your views on YouTube. That's why we are here. We've seen the views. We've seen this way be like play. Will be like play. The first time I saw you doing, I said, children are very, you know, I keep telling people about how far we go. Yeah. You know, right from your NYSC days in the oil company. And brilliant. But today you get brain. Jesus. If today write for you, write this thing. I purposely used to just avoid you. Then don't brief me. Don't even be the one to talk to me.
Yes,
so that my head will not blow.
Yeah.
You know, and I saw the views and the rest. So when I finally blow, collect YouTube money like you, I'm hoping I could renew my vow with her. You understand? And that day I'll make an announcement before the reception. No organization should call me whatsoever. In fact, I'll do it on a Monday morning.
When they do board meetings.
You understand? 7 a.m.
You are one of the original skit makers.
Yes, fine.
You know, you started with skits, like, you know, creating them. Those are the things that made you blow. Yeah. Are you fascinated now by how skit culture has overtaken everything?
Thank you for having to acknowledge that. Very few people try to acknowledge it. And my friend Kofi, you know, a Boston friend, would always say, why don't you like giving yourself the proper credits that you deserve? You have worked. I say it is not in my right. I'm not used to bragging. Because I want my helpers to locate me. Helpers always like to see you like your hand like this. They don't like to see your hand like this. You can't meet your helper now and say, Alpha. When you see your helper, say, Baba. Let me just tell you about the whole skit thing, how it started. It was in the mid-2000s. I think it was it 2004, 2005? I started watching some foreign films again because I started out earlier on in life knowing I was going to be an entertainer. Very young, at 8 years. It was even 2. I started as a dancer at 2. But my father used to take me to parties and would use me to win bets with his friends. My pikin, fit dance past your pikin. They stake money, my father will win. Yeah. When he win, he's the one to drink beer.
I love it.
When I was getting 9, 10, I used to watch some mothers who have Frank Spencer. And I had a quick flair for just learning how to imitate. That is one thing I want to go back to doing now. I love mimicry. You know, I've not tried it in a while. As I was coming, I was just trying. I said, you should be able to start doing mimicry again. You know, if I just come, for example, now and say, hey, today, all this time where you don't talk, say my husband no fit to be president. Now they don't give you man where strong pass you, your eye don't play. Today now only you waka come. There is God, oh. Today where is God, oh. You know?
Yeah.
When I say, look, let me tell you something. Look, enough is enough. Tell your gods to come and see me. Stop putting juju. Stop putting juju on the road. Open your eye every day. Newspaper. It's a weekend. Afternoon, evening, weekend. Chai, Chude. Is that why we are here? I can't believe it. People have been carrying a lot of rumors about me, but they don't know how talented I am. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know.
For those who are not following, we've moved from Patient Jonathan to Governor Wike to Julius Agu.
And then it's just like that. If you don't get money, go face swallow. I go by the name Portable Amalalami, aka Zazu Pokoto Ameme Ministry. If you don't get money, go face. You get passport, now get money, they there. Kini ma faja, kini ma bo. Wala. No get money, they make mouth. Now you guys Zazu. Now you.
As I woke up this morning, my motivational speech for this morning was from Portable. I just watched a full interview. I said, I'm ready to face life now.
He motivated you.
Yes, he motivated me. Yes, I'm ready to now face life. But let's continue back to the story.
So I now thought, okay, I said, I was seeing things that people like Chris Rock were doing, Martin Lawrence, and I was fascinated. I'd watch their sitcoms, I'd watch all those short things that they were doing. I was like, okay, I think I can start doing short 2, 3, 4 minutes plays or something, you know, just do them in form of funny videos. It doesn't always have to be just hold the mic alone and talk. I could shoot these things and then we could put them, you know, into small videos and put them on TV. So I said, okay, it was possible, but I didn't have the resources. I didn't have the cameras, and I only had the ideas. So I took the ideas then, and then I started going around. There were not too many TV stations then, so I went to a couple of them. I went to Galaxy, I went to AIT, I went to MBI. You know, I was turned down a lot. They couldn't understand the concept of what I wanted to do. So then myself and Kofi were already friends. I discussed it with him, I discussed it with Bumi Davis, and I said, okay, let's try something out. So we started a little program called Comedy Zone. It wasn't still in the line of skits. It was, you know, there's a difference between skits and sketches. Right. You know, skits are what is on now. Sketches is you assuming different characters, standing on a stage to do something, and then you can also just video that person sitting down. You know, I can sit here now and assume different characters while sitting here, you know, and put that out. That's a sketch. But the skit is when I bring in 2 or 3 people and then we try and play the whole scenarios out. So it wasn't still what I wanted to do.
A few years ago, you shocked people when you shared the story of a time when you were suicidal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people were shocked because, first of all, you're a funny man. Secondly, you've had a blast in this industry. You know, so people cannot imagine it. What was going on then?
It was a lot of bad moments. I had invested a lot in the arts, and I hadn't gotten the return backs. I was losing on every, and I had worked my ass off. You know, I was broke to bankruptcy. I was tired. I was fagged out. I had given every single thing. The industry, people, everything I've been, up until now, today. There has never been any projects I have done that I have gotten sponsorship to do. I just mentioned one now. Think of how much it has cost me, millions of my money. I have approached sponsors. Nobody wants to invest in what will not yield for them immediately. And life can't be like that. I wasn't seeing any light again. You know, I was making people laugh, but I wasn't laughing. And I was like, man, honestly, I'd gone as far as I was stupid. That's what I'll call it. I was stupid. I came out, I prayed to God because I love to pray. And I told God, I said, Father, Lord, it's time for me to come on. I want to come and give you the best show in heaven. I said, I'm going to crack, the angels are going to laugh so hard. There's a lot I have to tell you. You go, I say every day is going to be a comedy performance in heaven. I'm going to shake the place. But it's just time. As you know, one great help me. Make a yokuku come. May I come be with you. May we say they look how we feel help some other people. So I had the pills and I had everything. I prayed from like 1 to like 3 a.m.
You were praying while you had the pills?
Yeah, our pills were there. So I was praying, telling God, I'm coming. I beg. It's not what. So right at 3, I had made up my mind. I sat down. I like, let me just think about this for 3 minutes. That 3 minutes was for me to think. My wife was sleeping. My kids were sleeping. Because I'd stylishly been telling my wife, if anything should happen to me, don't stay a widow for the rest of your life. In fact, don't even stay more than 1 year. Look for somebody you really love. I've gone. Move on. Marry. Be happy. Take care of my kids. Live your life. She was crying with me, you are a useless man. What are you talking? If you were drinking, to say you drink, now go say now drink. Why are you talking this rubbish? She didn't know what I had in mind. You know, so I now thought of her. I said, this woman will cry, oh, this woman will. So I looked at the stuffs, the sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. I don't know the name. I don't want to call it now so that people who are will not go. You know, yes. But when you take those pills, when you take only one, the sleep is always, it's for depressed people. The sleep is always so sweet today. Oh, you can, if you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11,
like
yes. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. He just came out, his eyes were, he came out, and someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. So I stood up. I said, you want to drink water? Yeah. So I stood up, I took him, he held my hand, went to the dispenser, I poured water in a cup, I gave it to him, he drank the water. When he finished, he drank, he hugged me, thank you, Daddy, and then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? Who will give him water? I packed the thing, pack him. I said, me I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool. I was selfish. I was thinking about myself alone. I have millions of people to mentor. I have people to feed. I have people to inspire. I have a family to take care of. Just use me as I am. From now on, irrespective of what happened, I just want to be happy. I will not put anything to heart again. And then that was how I packed. So even my wife, nobody knew. So a friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then he brought me in as, a spokesperson. You've gone through this, you've come and inspire them, come and talk to them. So he brought them. And then when they first saw me there and the rest, they thought it was going to be entertainment. I cracked them up, jokes, and then I told them my story. How I was them, how I overcame it. I didn't know that there were some pressmen who were hanging around. Those pressmen, all the inspiration, all the good things I said, they didn't reflect it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My parents read it. My family members read it. I was saying this, and you want to disgrace our family. You want to kill yourself and go. You don't want to inherit your father's property. You are wicked. You are I couldn't. So, in fact, that was one of the last times I stopped doing those kind of public things, truly coming out to speak about my problems. In this part of the world, the press, social media, they will amplify it. They will turn the story upside down. They don't see the inspirational parts. They don't see the part where you are trying to help somebody. So they just ended up creating more problems. Because something where I don't forget, I hide them. They don't go. People come again, they call me. My friend who has not spoken to me for years, call me from America. Why now? Why you don't want to kill yourself? Why? Now broke, you broke. We go help you. I say, now broke, I broke. You will not tell them we will help you. Now broke, you broke. I say, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me. Up to today. That's life for me.
This life.
My brother.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you brought just everything I thought this conversation was going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my love to your fantastic wife.
My brother.
And to your beautiful children.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Do you know that you're the only person who I've known for like more than 15 years who sends me a birthday message on every of my birthday, March 6th. You never, I know in my heart that Chude would wish me happy birthday. You would either call, but that message, that shop banker, I must get it. This last one, you don't send me. We get quarrel. This is the first time in over.
Sorry, I did retreat that time. I was in a 2-week retreat. I swear, when I came back, I saw, I have not wished ONG, but I can't say now overdue now.
Because I just sit down. You say, once you know, I can't sit down and say, okay, I can't say, I not collect you the wife. We not quarrel. Why do they not send me message? Like 3 days. I go, why do they not? I don't know who to ask because when you send, I don't see anybody. Should they not send me? So I beg, send them.
Thank you, sir. I'll go do it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning, coming to you live on Signature TV. We've officially come to the last day of the 6th month of the year. 6 months is gone, and tomorrow we'll be starting the beginning of another 6 months. And before you know it, the year is over. Today is the 30th day of June 2026, and it is Tuesday. Thank you so much for starting your day and for joining us on the program this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And coming up next is our newspaper headlines and review segment on the program. Welcome back. Now, starting on the Vanguard newspaper, page 5 says FG orders marketers to reduce fuel price. Dangote refinery determines price changes. Marketers. NLC blames government for fuel price standoff. Marketers slow to adjust prices. Oxpan. NDIC now covers 98.98 bank deposits, says MD. US disclosure on 199 killed jihadists refers to May operation. DHQ. Terrorists invade Borno school, kidnap students writing NECO, kill teacher. Soldiers rescue 10. FEC reforms NYSC to be headed by civilian. Okundaye, 16, becomes youngest chartered accountant in Nigeria. Xenophobia, over 15,000 Nigerians stranded in South Africa as FG evacuates 271 today. It is not true, FG. To the Nigerian Tribune, page 5, it says 53 years after NYSC to undergo reform, FG approves scheme to be civilian-led to focus on skills acquisition for Nigerian graduates. 6 weeks orientation redesigned with focus on leadership, entrepreneurship, digital skills, career streams, to engage in risk-sensitive deployment to protect core members. FEC directs Attorney General to amend NYSC Act forward to NAS. Plot afoot to the list ADC, bar Atiku from running, media team alleges. APC NWC upholds appeals, replaces 8 Ondo NAS candidates. APC presents nomination forms to Senate Reps candidate in Oyo. Ali running mate to get form Thursday on page 2. Boko Haram attacks Borno school, abducts NECO candidates, troops rescue 10 students. Ndume wants FG to be proactive. 82-year-old, one other killed in fresh plateau attacks. INEC identifies 385 flashpoints, 200 difficult areas ahead Osun August poll. Clearing agents kick over FG's green tax surcharge on imported vehicles. And on health, scientists may have discovered how to heal damaged kidneys on page 4. Moving on to Daily Trust newspaper. Reduce petrol price, government tells marketers. Civilian to head NYSC as FG reform scheme. Court clears path for ADA registration as political party. The major headline on pages 3, 4, and 5, Borno school attack, teacher killed, students abducted, 10 rescued. 2 siblings die as boat capsizes in rivers. Police officer, 2 others arrested for allegedly raping 13-year-old. 16-year-old becomes Nigeria's youngest chartered accountant. And finally, on the Daily Trust, on page 6, access codes to parties, why fate of NDC unclear. Now let's look at the Nation newspaper. On the headline, APC rejigs candidates lists in Ondo, Benue, Kwara, Kogi. Party begins uploading of names to INEC portal. Oyo candidates get forms. NDC appeals court ruling on its deregistration on page 4. And on page 8, UK-Nigeria deepen counter-terrorism partnership. FEC OK's NYSC reform. 4.26 trillion naira for road, aviation. Core scheme for restructuring. First Lady launches food bank, digital academy, clinic in Jigawa. Troops rescue abducted NECO's candidate in Borno. Crude oil slump must reflect on petrol pump price, says Lopobiri. El Rufai loses bail bid. And on page 27, 271 more Nigerians expected today from South Africa. Let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper on page 6. Post-primaries row in APC as Atiku obedient alleged sabotage of opposition. June 30, foreigners stranded on edge as anti-immigrant protests rock South Africa. Inflation, healthy meal costs Nigerians more as daily diet hits 1,589 naira. Poor compliance, corruption fueling building collapse, experts warn. NAFDAC seizes 42 million naira expired baby wipes illegally revalidated. FEC overhauls NYSC after 53 years. Agency to be civilian-led. FG warns petrol marketers against profiteering, seeks reduction of prices. 2 die in Borno forest, saving 10 abducted NECO candidates on page 3. Over to the Punch newspaper. It says 2027 candidates. Fresh crisis hits parties as INEC portal opens. Wike Turaki PDP factions disagree over INEC portal access. Aidetiwa Tunji Ojo APC camps clash. INEC defends action. Deregistration crisis. NDC files appeal, moves to serve INEC. NDLEA arms operatives with AK-47s to battle drug cartels. Lagos tops Nigeria's HIV burden as infections hit 102,025. Blackouts, banks, firms sink 401 billion naira into alternative power in 3 months. FEC cancels NYSC passing out parade, extends orientation to 6 weeks. Motorist stabs LASMA officer during enforcement. FG approves 3.94 trillion naira for roads, vessels, others. And that is the newspaper headlines on the paper this morning. And to review these headlines, we have in the studio with us Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. And good morning, my dear people of the world who have joined us this morning from any part of the world where you are watching Signature TV. This is our usual morning tonic, the Signature Morning Newspaper Review. You're welcome.
You're welcome, Chris. Now, the headlines, almost all the papers have this NYSC reform 53 years after. So the scheme now is to be civilian-led. The orientation camp period is now extended to 6 weeks with focus on leadership, entrepreneurship, digital skills, career scheme. Passing out parade has also been cancelled as well. So we have a lot of reforms going on.
No, most of the times it's over-reform that kills a good initiative in Nigeria. After 53 years of NYSC, the original idea of NYSC, just like everything about Nigeria, has been watered down until we find ourselves where we are. All the people taking decision about NYSC, what is the reform about civilian-led? They want to put a civilian to become the Director General of, or Controller General of NYSC, is it not? That the army has been there all this while, did not remove anything. And the army regimentation of NYSC has helped a lot. All the people who are talking now went through, some of them, if they did not go to buy NYSC certificate. If any Nigerian has passed through NYSC the way it was established, all we need is to make sure NYSC policy or whatever objective that made NYSC to come did not die. The politicians are pushing tribalism. All of them served in different parts of... Now, because of the fire they've set on Nigeria, young people cannot experience what Nigeria looks like to interact with themselves. A lot of them went for NYSC, got married where they were serving. Some of them came back with the wife from where they went to serve. These are the same people that destroy Nigeria. They're talking about it. What are you reforming about NYSC? What is there to reform that is bad? It's just that the people who benefited from Nigeria, they are the ones who are destroying Nigeria. Look at what the generation that following them are benefiting from. These are people who served when NYSC, if you are as an NYSC, I served in Oyo State. I know what my first experience of going to live in Yoruba land as an Igbo man meant for me. And all the best friends I've made in my life were met then. And they still remain my best friend. Among these people in politics deciding for Nigeria now, where do they serve? What did they gain? Why are they allowing this legacy to die? Talking reform, just mumbling words. You are reforming NYSC, where young people, even somebody born in ENUGU, School in Enugu can serve in Ebonyi State because even on the way from Ebonyi State, about 30 minutes driving, the person can be kidnapped. They left what they should be pursuing, talking about it. What are you reforming on NYC? Somebody cannot travel from Onitsha to Asaba to do your service without the risk of being kidnapped. And as a father, maybe you pass through this hardship. Some of them, their children in school here. All this ASO strike, private university, state university expenses. Somebody as a Nigerian will train a child. After you will be thanking God at least, and your child will go for NYC. In your eyes and a parent, you will told that the person was kidnapped or used for INEC job. The person was killed or injured. They left. The idea is that we tell ourselves a lot of lies. Nigerians know NYC was very clean and well established, and God will bear me witness. But some of them that have gone against after swearing to oath of NYC, you'd obey the clarion call. That anthem rings in my head whenever he sang in the early morning to come for parade. I've never forgotten it. You want what is a civilian led? So that the Nigerian young people cannot experience that regimentation of the life of an army. They lead to in 2-3 weeks. They want to just to make sure they put NYC policy in a coffin and nail it and bury it. That's the final thing they're talking about now. Or they're thinking about how to put more money into what those things that does not matter. Whatever they are doing, let them open up Borno State. Let a youth couple, a Nigerian born in Anambra, travel to Borno the way we did to go and do youth service and come back. If that reform is not there, all these reforms are not going to yield any result. I've said it again.
All right. Talking about Borno, terrorists invade Borno school, kidnap students writing NECO, kill teacher, soldiers rescue 10.
That is it. You know, we add up. When you talk about bandit and terrorism and the effect of it on Nigerian lives, how many children of the National Assembly people went to Borno to write NECO? How many children of the House of Assembly members in Borno were there kidnapped? How many members of the commissioners in Borno were among? How many members of all their reps in federal or Senate from Borno were among the children rescued, kidnapped and killed and rescued and all those mumbo jumbo? Like my father said, or like they say in Igbo land, the wretched of 8 of Nigerians are still the worst hit when it comes to the effects of banditry and terrorism in Nigeria. Put it on record. Since it started more than 2 decades ago, if you check the number of Nigerians who were killed, suffered, abducted, raped, none of the people, you may have 1.000001% that were in near affecting any of them in authority. And that's why we are still mumbo-jumboing. Because everything about Nigeria is about lies and deception. People will swear to oath of allegiance to states. They will go and begin to do other things. Even people are now finding themselves as dogs, eating bones, hung on their neck. People who are given the charge of taking, some of them come when it's more convenient. I'm the chief security officer of the state. When it's convenient. When the real things happen, where are the chief security officers of the state? Where are the chief security officer of Borno State? When all the children go for exams. And they know, they have seen that their target is soft target about school children, education and related. And they want to organize NECO exam, no security, until we are reactive. At this time, with bandit and terrorism and this security issue, Nigeria is not talking about anticipated action. It's not. It's zero.
Until they happen now, they will more condemn, they go to rescue. Why don't they know that this greeting has passed the ankle? It's now fight. So whenever there is large gathering, provide security, especially with innocent children. Mumbling, jumbling, talking about 2027 election, how Nigeria, the build-ups, who party will be registered, who will do this. After how many? Almost a month of primary elections. None of them has released the result, the political parties in Nigeria. And you say, call this a country? They'll keep mumbo-jumboing, talking about the people who are stranded even among parties. The same pot is boiling. When it comes to Nigerian politics, forget it. Nigerian politicians are the same thing. All filled with deception, lies, and looking for who to chop so that they will survive. But they forgot that all those people that have chopped and eaten their fellow people still remain. Very soon you finish and go to the back room, go to restroom to discharge. Everything you have eaten, you must. If you don't, you go to hospital. They will use the surgical operation to remove it. Life is about that. And this, the insatiability, the greed we find among Nigerian politicians. I don't know, once you become a politician in Nigeria, that greed will inhabit you like Obanje and refuse to leave you.
So, well, since we're talking about politicians, 2027 candidates, there's a fresh crisis that's hitting the parties as INEC portal opens. And we see different factions, like Wike to Raki factions are disagreeing over the INEC portal access. Aidetiwa, Tunjojo, APC camps are also clashing. Even NDC, the deregistration crisis, NDC is also filing an appeal and moves to serve INEC.
I sat here when we heard about ADC, and I told them where this whole game was going, that the target was NDC. They just want to test the ground. It didn't take 48 hours. They just reversed that so that they will face the one they have arrived where they are. What they are doing, you talk about Wike and his will they ever agree? That one is forgotten case. That one is permanent enmity. They told us in politics there's no permanent enemy, no, but when it comes to PDP, we have found they have permanent enmity that cannot resolve unresolved issue. That you have forget them. They are not part. They are just part of the game. They know who they are working for. Both parties know who they are working for, and it's clear. Nigerians know. So I don't even want to discuss their issue. If you have issues in APC, Ayeditiwa, and the other one, it must go round. It must go round. The native doctor, that is a specialty, is in giving people diarrhea. Where did he put his backside? Upstairs, in the stream. Find somebody to interpret for you if you cannot hear Igbo. But I've tried to bring it down so that it can be broadcastable. But as far as I'm concerned, anything any man sow it on this earth must reap. Whether you sow as a corporate organization, you sow as a religious body, you sow as an individual, as a family, you sow as a political party, anything you sow, you will reap. So I'm not here to preach, sow anything, sow wind, you will reap wide wind. That's what some of them are thinking about, using mallet to pursue ant. If ant misses, that mallet will not miss your leg. Just know, but you get to a point, you follow Mwokoko, you enter a ditch. That's that time you ask yourself, is pursuing this Mwokoko to this extent, is it worth it? I know who I am referring to, but I am saying it that we have said several times that it is like, I'm not a politician, but what I see as an analyst is like some opposition parties are, some people are meant to muffling opposition. They don't want opposition, and they will say we are practicing democracy. How can you not have an opposition in the democratic structure? It's that one part of those telling ourselves lies every day, and we think it will work. It will not work. If we want to go to polls in 2027, let us leave this idea of setting people on wild goose chase. After they registered ADC, to 48 hours they register ADC. Now it's turn of NDC. Maybe they finish that, they'll go to SDP. From this recent SDP, they go to Apuga. They'll be doing like that until 2007 they came. And the Senate INEC is on the side, waiting for this party to meet deadlines. While you are pursuing them, going to court all around, they cannot settle. That's all I say. Find out. Let the INEC chairman go and ask an Igbo man working in INEC to tell him what I said about Ochunwokukomwada. That is a proverb of bone and silence. But let us watch how we do in Nigeria. What is good for the geese and gander. I don't know why people think politics is just meant for particular people. If it was meant for particular people, the set of people who find themselves in politics today in Nigeria couldn't have been there. So why are they in their own time doing politics as if, if they were not born, Nigeria would never exist. So do or die. But whoever is a political chop and die, will chop and die, Nigeria continues.
Okay, so let's take one more before we go. This fuel price is still an issue. Federal government is urging marketers to reduce the fuel price. Marketers are saying that Dangote refinery determines the price changes, and NLC is blaming government for fuel price standoff.
Have I told you about lies? How many times about lies? The president of Federal Republic of Nigeria is substantial minister of oil and gas. There is more than 12 agencies that are linked with the NNPC, a Ministry of Oil and Gas, that are involved in setting up and regulating prices. So, it is that dangerous bird they call the owl that says the head of owl's child that is afraid, that is afraid of the head of the baby owl. Meanwhile, it's the same owl that gave birth to the baby owl. How can you say that the federal government is now asking NNPC, please reduce price of fuel? I am not Bayo Onanuga, the spokesman of federal government or for the presidency. So that, but I am sure this sounds like another deception of lies in oil and gas, all linked up. If federal government is interested in reducing price, after all, when the federal government, the leader, the principal officer, the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, stand before Nigerians when he was taking oath of acceptance of office and removed subsidy. When the prices started mounting and all, he knew and he knew what was happening. All the prices that have gone up and down. So when Dangote removed 75 naira from fuel for almost 1 month, it has not registered. They removed again. The federal government will kneel down and beg him, please, NNPPR or whatever. No, if you see the names, mad-breaking names, they fix with people who go checking prices or regulation and all, the NNPCL retinue of offices. They all kneel down begging marketers, please, reduce price of refined petroleum product for Nigerians. Zebediah said, foul. We are telling ourselves lies. And they let them continue telling lies. I mean, Nigeria is endless lies.
All right, Chris. Thank you so much for the review this morning.
Thank you, Uche. Thank you for having been with us this morning. That this is a bit cold in ENUGU. We try to make it a little hot. And I think I'm sweating already.
Yes.
But Uche, I don't see you sweat. You only push it for me to sweat. It's okay. But we thank God for everything. Nigeria must be okay. But that's if you agree. Like I always said, God bless you for having been with us this morning. But remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you once again, Chris Maduka, for always joining us on the review. And with that, we've come to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned as the program continues shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Now we turn our focus to the 2027 political build-ups, looking at the deregistration of opposition parties, looking at it from the constitutional and legal perspective. Of course, joining us on Zoom this morning to dissect this particular conversation is Haya King. He's a legal practitioner, a human rights advocate, and the chairman, MBA, Oyibo Branch, River State. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Good morning to you.
It's a pleasure being here once more this morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure seeing your face once more again.
It's a pleasure seeing you as well on the program this morning. So let's kick it off with, the constitutional aspect of this deregistration process. What would you say is the real purpose behind empowering the states to deregister political parties, seeing that the Constitution allows political parties to exist, subject to certain legal conditions?
Well, the truth is that I may not be able to know why they are doing what they are doing, because if you look at the political trend, it appears that deregistration is what is in vogue now. But I don't know if you are asking me the reason. I may not know the reason, but I can tell you it's a political game. It's really actually a political game. And it's a very, very dangerous situation for Nigeria. It's a dangerous situation after 26 years or 27 years that we thought we have had democracy, and suddenly this is happening. It's very, very sad. I can tell you that it will haunt everybody. It will haunt those doing it now. It will haunt them tomorrow. If it doesn't haunt them tomorrow, it's going to haunt them next tomorrow, because they are not going to remain in power forever. The only person it will not hurt, it is the person that will remain in power forever. But once you are not going to remain in power and you are not going to live forever, it's going to haunt you. If it doesn't haunt you, it will haunt your children. It will haunt your children's children. It will haunt your generation. There's no way. If it will haunt your brother, it will haunt your cousin, it will haunt your friend, it will haunt everybody. Nobody is going to be free. That is what I want the politicians to know. For me, I believe democracy is a game of numbers. Let minority have their say, but let majority have their way. But the trend of The trend of deregistration, it's alarming. It's extremely alarming. If you know that these parties did not meet up registration requirements, why did you allow them to get to this point? You shouldn't have allowed them. That means INEC is blowing hot and cold. You tell me I'm registered today, tomorrow you say I'm not registered. You tell me I'm proper today, tomorrow you say I'm not proper. It's going to haunt even the judiciary. It's going to haunt the judges, their brothers, their friends. Let me tell you, when you make a law, and when you set a precedent, usually you think it's for your purpose, yes, for your own purpose at that time. But the table may turn, the circumstances may change. They have to be on the other side. Let us not forget that the present crop of people that are in power, they were in opposition for 16 years, 15, 16 years before they took over. And they have been in power now going to from 2015, 2010. This is the 11th year. By next year, they will be 12. The same thing the PDP did, if you recall, making sure the opposition, but what the PDP did, these people have taken it to the next level. It's worse. Instead of improvement, we are degenerating. We are going down. Even all the achievements we made before, we are no longer making them. I am just saying, some of them are my friends, my brothers, my sisters, my colleagues, our friends, our townsmen, our Hausa brothers, our Yoruba brothers, our Igbo brothers, our Ijo brothers, our Ndoki brothers, Opopo brothers, Ikwere brothers, Angas brothers, Full Food brothers, all of them. We are one. But remember that the precedent you are showing today, if you make those laws and at the end of the day you leave power, they will use it. If they don't use it against you, they will use it against your brother. They will use it against your candidates. They will use it against your townsman. They will use it against your state. They will use it against Nigerians. That is why, as a leader, let me say this, sorry, going forward, I am not speaking for MBA. I am speaking as Higher King human rights advocate. I am not speaking for MBA. Either Uyibo branch, River State branch, national, I'm not speaking for MBA. I'm speaking as a concerned Nigerian. I'm not speaking for MBA, so let me make it very, very clear. So what I'm saying is that the trend, the precedent we expect, you see, in law, we thrive on precedent. What is precedent? The layman, example. We strive by example. We say, my Lord, in a case of Madukolum and state, in a case of Gani and state, the law said so, the court said this, the high court said this, so a court of appeal said this, and Supreme Court cemented it by saying so. We quote, we try to marry our present case with a decided case to be able to convince the court. That is actually what we do. So it's called precedent. Something that happened 1800, 1700. Kabolik, smoke ball, and Kahir. We say, look, this, that if you make a contract, you can make a contract with the whole world. We say, oh, look, if whatever you have in your compound, if it escapes, gets into mine, it's tortious. I will sue you. So these are the things, these are how cases are decided. These are how cases are decided. The same thing in law. And these people are in government. That is why they are able to make those laws, make those decisions, those judges. Remember, you will not be a judge forever. 65, 70 max, you retire and go. When you go, your son may want to be governor of a party tomorrow. Your brother may have the party bearer of a party tomorrow. Even may have opportunity of becoming the president. He will say, oh, no. There was a decision by his father, so time. That decision is the one we are going to use, and they will use it to bring down your son, bring down your brother, bring down your father, bring down your cousin, your townsman, your friend. That is why it is not good to do evil. That is why it's not good. I know I'm talking morals. Yes, I'm talking morals. But I have always said that Nigeria politicians, they don't do what is right. They don't do what is constitutional. They don't do what is moral. They don't do what is good. They only do what is political. So like I answering your question in holistically, what is happening is a political game. And once you see Nigeria politicians telling you it's political, know that what they are doing is anti-constitution.
You speak to us just for context, because INEC seems to be at the center of all of this. What exactly are the powers of INEC constitutionally? To what extent is INEC empowered to determine whether a party stays registered or not? And where exactly is the line drawn between judicial intervention and INEC's independent constitutional powers?
It's simple. The Constitution, which is the ground norm, has made provisions for INEC to regulate political parties. Their duties encompasses registration of new political parties, regulating their conduct, supervising of party primaries, supervising of conducting of general election. That's their job. The INEC, INEC is like is an umpire, like a referee. Have you seen any referee? World Cup is going on. I think South Africa is going to be playing, and the US, they are all going to be playing. Brazil will play in their group matches tonight, I mean tomorrow. Now, if these teams are playing, have you ever seen the referee? Have you ever seen the referee openly being biased? It's never done. Yes, I can tell you some referees are biased, some are Man U members, Man U sympathizers, and all that. But once that is found out, that referee will be changed. We have had it in football several times. So INEC is like a referee. He is there to monitor. If this one foul this one, he will blow against him, give him a yellow card, give him a red card. If you blow, he will give you penalty. If you do, he will send you off the pitch. That's what the referee is for. They're unbiased. That is the job INEC ought to be doing. But unfortunately, I have said this several times, this is not the first time, even when PDP was in power. INEC is being controlled by the government in power. And he who pays the piper dictates the tone. I have said this, that INEC is not independent. The same way the judiciary is not independent. The legislature is not independent. The executive controls everybody because of the powers, the enormous powers being given to them in the Constitution. I have said this several times. INEC, the executive made Nigeria Constitution. They wrote Nigeria Constitution. Who empowered the people that wrote the Constitution? It was Abdul Salami. Abdul Salami was part of the executive. Abdul Salami cannot be part of judiciary or legislature. He was the president, the head of state. He empaneled people and asked them to write constitution, and they brought back to him. He removed what he wants to remove and put what he wants to put. So the executive wrote the constitution and gave all the powers to themselves. That is one of the major problems we are having. Even the major problem INEC is having. Sorry. I've said this before. If you are an INEC man, INEC chairman, and the government, the board calls you, say, this is our interest. And they are the one that appointed you. You are at their beck and call. They are the one that graciously appointed you among millions of Nigerians. Won't you favor them? The same thing with a judge. I sympathize with them, actually. I sympathize with them because their hands are tied. A judge, you know that among millions of lawyers, thousands of lawyers rather, and you are appointed, even when you are not qualified, even when there are people that are qualified more than you, and the governor brings a matter, the president brings a matter, the politician brings a matter, and you tell him you to hell, you can't do that. Appoint you chief judge, appoint you CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, and you tell the president to hell, tell the governor to hell. It's not possible. It's not possible. We are humans. It's not possible. Even we that are in private practice, there are cases where we have sympathy. Yes, we have sympathy. There are places where we have sympathy. I will tell you about a matter I was handling. I was prosecuting a matter for a man to go to jail. I was prosecuting him, seriously prosecuting him. While I was prosecuting him, this man started coming to me, calling me, he wants to see me. I said, I don't need to see you. I refuse seeing the man. I refuse. At a point, he called and called and called and called and called and called and called. And one of the days, I said, okay, come. I brought some of my staff, and the man came, and he said he have another matter in court that he wants me to defend him in that one. And I told him, no, I am still prosecuting you, that this one I'm prosecuting you, the matter is not done yet, that I cannot do that. I told him I cannot do that. And politely told him, he left. Do you know what I did next? Whenever I go to court, I started having sympathy. You know what I did? I recused myself from that matter. I dropped, and that was what I did. I didn't complete that prosecution. I left that matter. And I went to plea. I said, look, take me out. I dropped the fiat. I no longer want to do that matter again. I left the matter. That was how I left that matter. I didn't continue that matter. So you can see what happened. Simple, just small, simple thing. I said, why do you come to me? He said, because the way I'm comporting myself in court, prosecuting the matter, I'm not witch-hunting him, I'm not persecuting him, that he likes my way, he likes my manner of, the way I approach my matter, that I lost me so much. He wants me to defend him in the other one. And I said, I cannot be blowing hot and be blowing cold. The next thing I did, I dropped that matter. I didn't conclude that matter. So you can see how some of the judges feel, the INEC people feel. So you can see. But if the Constitution makes it a way where the INEC is independent, he is not appointed by the president, he's not appointed by the governor, he is on his own. The same thing happens to service chiefs. The service chiefs, too, they pass through this same psychological torture. It's a psychological torture. I was tortured. Each time I come to court, I'm looking at this man that calls me a good man. Oh, you are a good man. You are prosecuting very well. Oh, no, no. The man, I said I have feelings. And I said, I won't continue with this matter. In fact, I said, if I had known, I wouldn't have even received him in the first place. Because he persuaded me every day. I want to see, why do you done that? I have faced it before. I did it, done that. I have faced it before. I did it 2011, 2015, when I stopped work from 2019, I said I won't go again. My life was at stake. In one of the elections, I was returning office. I was carrying my results with my escort. We are going to collection center to the headquarters. My result was being announced on the air. I was sick. I don't submitted. I said, who gave them results? He said when I got there, you have to you will announce at the polling units. Then I announced. I said, this result. He said, yeah, this was your man carrying. He said, they announced something else. And I was like, why, how? I have been there, so I know how it is. But one of them, I was in the field.
All right, Barrister King. Now, let's also, while we're talking about INEC.
Actually, the politicians, I can give them good money. You remember, it was in the news where they went to houses of judges. They said they found millions of dollars, millions of pounds, and all that. So I'm not the one saying it. So so how did you know that such money was in the house of the judge? Who gave him the money? How did you know? Are you not the one that gave the money? I went to bring out the money again. So you can see, no individual presently in Nigeria will have that kind of money. For instance, if I am in a chieftaincy matter, for instance, and the chieftaincy matter, I want to be the chief of my family, and I'm doing that matter, and how much am I going to gain in that matter that I will not take such huge money to go and give to a judge? Judges are well paid. They don't lack anything. To be frank to you, they don't lack anything. That's the truth about it. They don't lack anything. So you can't bribe them. Individuals cannot bribe them. It's only the politician that can actually bribe them or influence them. Sometimes it's not even monetary bribe, it's influence. Like I was influenced in that matter. They tried to influence me in that matter. That's actually the truth about it. So they are the ones that can actually influence them. So if you ask me about political matters now, the judiciary, they are bearing their limits by their sister. When it comes to political matter, I cannot tell you, because I've seen bizarre judgments. I've seen terrible rulings and judgments overruling themselves, saying something in the morning and saying something differently. I've even seen the court even overruling the Constitution, violating the Constitution, raping the Constitution which even makes provision for them. They are presently, especially political matters. I emphasize political matters. You won't find that in private matters. Like you are dragging a land, you have for how much land, how much money? For criminal matters, don't even pay, because the man is already a criminal. The properties have been confiscated. So when they hire a lawyer, they don't even pay well. How is he going to bribe a judge? It's difficult. Except influence. Influence, yes. Relationship, yes, it's possible. But it's still difficult for individuals to get to a judge. But politicians can do that. That is actually the truth about it. Because of the overbearing power the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended gave to them. Don't you see the way we are referring to our Constitution? Constitution of 1999 Constitution as amended or as modified. Why don't you overhaul the whole Constitution? Why don't you set the Constitution, throw it away, and panel a panel? Let us do a people's constitution. A constitution where the judiciary will participate, legislature will participate, executive will participate. Not the one written by executive and given to everybody. Executive have all the powers. They appoint everybody. For instance, what business does the president have to appoint members of board, if not political reason? Why? Why should they appoint members of board? Civil service, head of civil service of the federation, chief of army staff. Why don't you allow them to succeed themselves? IG. Why politicians go and put their hands there? Why don't you allow them? If you are the next IG, you become the next IG. You are the next man in the rank, you become the chief of staff. You become the chief of naval staff. You become the chief of air staff. Allow the civil service to flow. Allow them to go. Allow them to do their thing. Why are politicians interested in appointing the chief judge, appointing the IG, appointing chief of army staff? What is his interest? Is that man not a Nigerian? Doesn't he know that he needs to safeguard Nigeria? The chief of army staff, doesn't he know? But once he becomes political, that is why you see even the insurgents, the terrorism in Nigeria will not abate. Some of the army generals have spoken about it. That is political thing. I'm not the one saying so. Some of the chief of army staff have said so. That is chief of defense staff, all of them. That is a political thing. That if, in fact, I have a general friend, my general friend. You know what he told me? He told me, say, higher king. I say, yes. He said, you see this my major general rank? This my rank? I don't want anybody to mess me up. You know how many years it took me? I'm about to retire. I will give me 3 days. I will finish Boko Haram. 3 days. He said, 3 days. Then the president say, General, take over this thing, solve it. Don't report to me. Just when you finish, come and report. He said 3 days. So if not the political influence in it, why would it last? Why would it last? I think it was Abacha. Some people are credited to Abacha. Either Abacha or this man, PLO president, Cuban president, that said that if an insurgency, if a crime festers for a long time, government is involved. And I agree with them. Why Boko Haram insurgency is festering in Nigeria? Government is involved. I'm not the one saying this. These things they are in the public domain. A lot of people have said it. I'm only repeating what generals, air vice marshals, chief of army staff, chief of general staff, chief of defense staff have said before now. It's only when they leave office they begin to say. A country where
when you spoke about
being abducted and killed.
You mentioned that there should be an overhaul where both the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, everyone sits down to rewrite the constitution. And now I want to get your
new constitution, a new one.
The way Nigeria is structured and the pattern that we already have in all of our systems. Do you really think that this overhaul you speak about would be of any significance or will create any significant changes to the way things are being handled in the country currently? Or would it be another document that is there but it's not actually practiced?
I don't think so. I don't think so. By the time we have a new constitution, a people's constitution, we sit down, we agree on what constitution and what should be in the constitution, and we implement it. We implement them. By the time we begin to implement them, for instance, the army chief of staff, the army chief of army staff, he knows that look, I don't have to be appointed by the president. The IG knows I don't have to be appointed by the president. I have to be there on merit. I will just wait. Even if he's going to be there for 6 months. You give him his turn. 6 months. Whether he's Hausa, you give him. Whether he's Igbo, you give him. Whether he's Yoruba, you give him. This thing about it will work. It will work because we agreed on it. But this constitution that we have now, we did not agree on it. One man wrote the constitution. One arm of government wrote the constitution. Abdul Salami wrote the Nigeria Constitution, 1999. He wrote it. He wrote the constitution and put all these powers to the president. Gave it to the executive. He wrote the constitution. So if we sit down, everybody now say, okay, this is our constitution. It's a fallacy. Say we, the people of Nigeria. When did we sit down? We people of Nigeria in 1999. We did not. We did not. It was the military that gave us. One man, executive. That was why he has all the powers. Even if we say, okay, go and bring first pre-independent constitution of Nigeria, the regional constitutions. Many Nigerians didn't know that we have 4 constitutions, 3 constitutions before independence. And later on we had 4, where we now had the Midwest, the North, the South, and the West. Then we now had Midwest later. We had constitutions. Even post-independent, after independence, we can even go and bring that constitution. That constitution that Agu Ironsi suspended. Even 1999 constitution was better. 1979 was even better than 1999. A lot of things were removed. There are things, for instance, we have in the exclusive list that is still there. What are they doing there? Just for the governor, just for the president to have attention. The president wants attention, that's all. The executive wants attention. I'm not speaking particularly to Bola Tinubu. I'm talking about Nigeria's presidents, all of them. The man wants attention. That is why the job is overwhelming him. There are things the president should not even do. There are things that should be given to governors, given to local government, given to councillors to do, and Nigeria will be moving well. But the president does everything. That is the problem. The man there is even, the job is choking him. Haven't you seen our president how they look when they are in power? See how Jonathan is looking now. It's a choking job. The job is choking place. So they should reduce some of these jobs, remove them, delegate them. That was why Moses was advised by his father-in-law. He said, look, bring the men, delegate this job is too much for you. That is what is called delegation of powers. Reduce this job, only you doing it is too much. You can't handle it. The president, then, the kings in the olden time, they tried to do some of these things alone. That is how the law was even developed. The king of England was judging cases. This court you see today, lawyers, it was the king that was doing it. In Solomon's time, it was Solomon that was doing it. David was doing it. They were all infused together. What we have abrogated thousands of years ago, Nigeria still went back to that level. Today, the president of America, he has his own job. Everybody has their own job. And you will do your job. And the president comes to intervene and says, Mr. President, I'm sorry. This is not the way it should be done. I'm going to be doing it this way. And the president cannot fire him.
All
the president cannot do anything to him.
King, let's just very quickly, before we go, looking at the recent court judgments and everything surrounding this deregistration process, what precedent do you think that this is capable of doing, particularly reshaping the Nigerian party system come 2027?
It's going to destroy Nigeria. It's destruction. It's actually destruction that we are heading to. I'm telling you the truth. Because these things are things that another president may come and he will want to take it to the next level. Somebody said that you never can tell how wicked somebody is until you give him power. He may be talking, even me, they say, the way I'm talking now, if they give me power, I will change and all that. But again, I still think that if you have a background of fairness, if you have a background of reasonability, if you have a background of conscience, it may not be there that much. But I know that power also changes people. I agree with that. It's a bad sign for Nigeria. It's a bad sign. I just told you that we are degenerating. We are getting worse. We are not improving. Just tell me the part of the economy that is improving. No, nothing has improved. From 1999, we have gone from better to worse, worse. That's what we are having. We have never had any aspect of Nigeria getting improvement. I doubt anybody can challenge me and tell me the aspect or the area. Is it the roads? Is it electricity? Is it governance? Is it economy? Is it just tell me? Is it housing? Is it employment? I don't know what area we have improved. I don't know what area we have improved. I don't know. Somebody should tell me. If you tell me the area where Nigeria has improved, then maybe I will look at it. But for me, I've not seen any improvement. In fact, the improvement we have, we are even destroying it, because it was even better in 1999. The voting in 1999 was better. It was not much rigged, although everybody wanted Obasanjo to be president to compensate the Yoruba for the death of Abiola. That's actually happened in 1999. That was why you saw two Yorubas bearing the flag of the two major political parties, the Olufalaye and Obasanjo for PDP. And Olufalaye was a better candidate in terms of technocrat, in terms of thinking, in terms of bringing something to the table. But a lot of people wanted Obasanjo as an ex-general to stabilize the polity and all that. And Obasanjo did his own for 8 years. You can see that even during Obasanjo appointments, even the way oppositions were treated, it was mild. It was mild. Going forward, under Jonathan, the same thing. Then it got worse. Today, now we are in a worse situation where some people don't even want some people to participate in the election. Participate and fail. That's what has been happening. Participate and fail, but this time you will not even participate. You will not even participate. It's a very bad sign for everybody, both for the president, the governor, the judiciary, our brothers, our sisters. Both for me, it's a bad sign. It's not a good one. It's not a good one. Let's change it. Let's change it. But I've not told you some of the reasons, or some of the reasons why INEC, the IG, they are behaving the way they are behaving, because they owe allegiance not to Nigerians, but to the man who appointed them. They owe allegiance to the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not under Tinubu alone. Jonathan enjoyed that power, but he didn't make use of it to the fullest. Obasanjo made use of that power. I still remember when Obasanjo was hunting the present president. He hunted him. I still remember. He was opposition. Obasanjo dealt with him. Yoruba man, no. Obasanjo dealt with him. But he stood. Some of us stood with Bola Tinubu. We talked. We were with him. I said, no. We challenged Obasanjo. Say, look, this man is a Democrat. This man is a human rights advocate. It was based on that Bola Tinubu sustained himself for all these years. We supported him. A lot of us rallied with him, demonstrated with him, said, no, Obasanjo, you can't do this. Allow this man to be. And he stood and challenged, and before you know it, he became the president of Nigeria. But the same thing we accuse Obasanjo is what is happening now. And even worse, it's unfortunate, extremely unfortunate. The same thing we accuse Obasanjo. In fact, them have even taken it to the next level, even worse than Obasanjo. And it's very, very bad. That is just the truth about it. And I know that they know that is the truth. You can't be in power forever. Remember that. You can't be in power forever. Anything can happen. You can never be in power forever. You can never be healthy forever. You can never be strong as you are forever. No way. You can't also live forever. Somebody will take over someday, and they will use this same power against your brothers. Even if they don't use it against you, against your brothers, against your friends, against your well-wishers, against your townspeople, against Nigerians. It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad situation. I urge them, I plead with them to allow the opposition. That is the healthy, that is the beauty, the healthy and beauty of democracy. Let them have their say. You have your way. It's a simple thing. Have their way. You have your say. Have their say. You have your way. Allow everybody to.
Thank you so much, Barrister Haya King, for joining us this morning. It's always a pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you. Okay, Barrister Haya King is a legal practitioner and human rights advocate. He's also the chairman, MBA Oyibo branch, River State. And we just spoke about 2027 political build-ups, the registration of opposition party, the constitutional and legal perspective. Do stay tuned, as Signature Morning will be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Today, the 30th day of June, is International Asteroid Day, and it is observed every year on this day to raise global awareness about asteroids, the potential risks they pose to Earth, and the importance of scientific research and international cooperation in protecting the planet. This day was officially proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 2016, following a global campaign by scientists, astronauts, and space advocates. It serves as an opportunity to educate people about the role of asteroids in the solar system, the dangers of asteroid impacts, and the efforts being made to detect and prevent possible collisions with Earth. One of the main reasons 30th June was chosen is because it marks the anniversary of the Tunguska event of 1908 in Siberia, Russia. On that day, a large asteroid or comet fragment exploded in the Earth's atmosphere before reaching the ground. The explosion released tremendous energy, flattening about 2,150 square kilometers of forest and destroying an estimated 80 million trees. Although the area was sparsely populated and few people were affected, scientists believe that if such an explosion occurred over a major city today, it could result in widespread destruction and significant loss of life. The Tunguska event remains the largest asteroid-related impact in recorded history and serves as a reminder of the need to prepare for similar natural hazards. Another major focus of International Asteroid Day is creating awareness about near-Earth asteroids. These are asteroids whose orbits bring them close to Earth's orbit. While most of them pose no immediate threat, scientists continuously monitor thousands of these objects using advanced telescopes, radar systems, and space missions. Early detection is critical because it gives humanity enough time to calculate an asteroid's path and, if necessary, develop strategies to prevent a collision. The observance also highlights the importance of planetary defense, and this refers to the global efforts to detect, track, and respond to potentially hazardous asteroids. Unlike many natural disasters, asteroid impacts are among the few disasters that can potentially be prevented if dangerous objects are discovered early enough. Scientists from different countries work together to monitor space, share information, and develop technologies that could change an asteroid's course if one were found to be on a collision path with Earth. A major breakthrough in planetary defense came in 2022 with NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission. The spacecraft intentionally collided with a small asteroid, successfully changing its orbit. This historic mission demonstrated that humans have the capability to alter the path of an asteroid, providing hope that future threats could be prevented through science and technology. International Asteroid Day also promotes education and public engagement. Schools, universities, museums, observatories, and scientific organizations hold lectures, exhibitions, documentaries, public discussions, and astronomy events to encourage people, especially young people, to develop an interest in space science, astronomy, engineering, and technology. This observance reminds the world that investing in scientific research not only expands our knowledge of the universe, but also helps protect life on Earth. Finally, International Asteroid Day is a global observance that emphasizes awareness, education, scientific research, and international cooperation. By commemorating the Tunguska event, promoting the monitoring of near-Earth asteroids, and encouraging the development of planetary defense technologies, the day reminds humanity that while asteroid impacts are rare, they are real natural hazards. Through continued scientific advancement and global cooperation and collaboration, the world can prepare better for and potentially prevent future asteroid threats, ensuring a safer future for generations to come. So, happy International Asteroid Day to you all.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite good for these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. Is that me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
The Igbos would say, so today we see a lot of imported cultures, and within our cosmology, within our worldview, those things are not in existence. I'm not saying we cannot, learn from other people and progressives, but it's not everything out there that should be learned. When you look at it, you evaluate it through the spectrum of your worldview, cosmology. If it aligns, fine, because the Igbos have one of their major characteristics, Njepo. Njepo is sojourn. Across the world, there's this funny thing they always say. If you want to know a very habitable location across the world, there are three things you need to find at the Catholic Church and then the Igbo person. So anywhere you do not see these three identifiers, then that place is not habitable. But the Igbo, I don't know if you see the trend on social media now. So people identify you with their Igbo heritage. I've seen Igbo Taiwanese, Igbo Pakistanis, right? So Njepo means when you sojourn, you carry your whole essence, everything you have. That's where we go there. We find Ndi Igbo in America Association. Then as Ndi Igbo in America. So this is our attributes. And then when we are coming back, we bring all of the good we find in that location and bring it. That way, we are maintaining that balance, because one of the principal Igbo characteristics is balance. That is why we have this dual complementarity. Ifekolo, Ifakudebeya, Inwe Nwoke, Inwe Nwanyi, Inwe Elu, Inwe Ala, Inwe Nigeria, Inwe America. So I mean, with that balance, the world is not tilted to one corner.
Every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning. I'm moving on to another topic of conversation this morning is on the Nigerian Biafran civil war. £20, where is the balance? Now, this £20 policy remains one of the most emotionally and politically contested legacies of the Nigerian civil war. And while some aspects of this policy remain disputed, its place in collective memory is undeniable. And we're going to be looking at, everything about that with Ejike Okpa, who is a global affairs analyst joining us from Dallas, Texas. You're welcome to Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you join us once again.
Thank you for having me.
So let's start with the historical foundation of this. This no victor, no vanquished policy. It promised reconciliation after the Civil War. But how does the controversy surrounding this £20 policy fit into that promise of reconciliation?
Well, good question. The thing is, I was a child, when the war started, and I remember, growing up in ENUGU, and when this started, we thought, okay, it was just going to be a matter of months because of the back and forth Gawan and Ujuku were having, that this was going to end. But, it went into a full-blown war. So we went to the village. Again, I didn't grow up in the village. I was a one raised one boy kind of person. It was fun. I was 5 or 6 years old at the time. And then the next thing we know, Enugu fell. And boom, we went to Kigwe because, my dad was a member of Eastern Nigeria House of Chiefs. And so everywhere we went, we had good reception. We didn't have, the challenges most other people had because, back then, there were divisions. So there were 33 divisions in the then Eastern Nigeria, and my father was one of the members. There were only 33 of them, so they knew each other, and so they were welcoming us as we go. But, as a child, with the innocence of a child, we were just watching this stuff, and then, the war ended, and then we came back. My father's house in Onewani was destroyed because, the Nigerian soldiers had a list of, who they consider political figures. So, his house was destroyed, and then his house in the village. Because back then, the road from Enugu to Umaha to Port Harcourt went in front of my father's house. So I never lived anywhere. It was always paved. I was always few steps from that. So when they landed, and my father's house was the first house back then in Ihe. When you get into Ihe, you see it, Chief's compound, right there on the left corner. And they went and destroyed the house. In fact, when Ujuku left Enugu, to Umahia, it was in my father's compound that he stopped with Kokondem, and they made the broadcast, not to give up, we are going to, stick this thing out. So as a child, again, I met Ujuku when because he stopped at my father's compound. That was the first time I met the guy. So, but then the war ended in 1970. And then we were still in the village. Father was struggling between Enugu and Ihe. And then one day he came home because I'm his first son, and he told me, and I was like, "What? They took all the money, and then gave everybody £20 to get started." Psychologically, I could look at my dad and I felt, but he didn't cry, he didn't weep, but you could see that, all right, just like imagine yourself now, you go to your bank in Nigeria and they said, oh, we're going to give you 20 naira and the rest is going to go to the government. So that was that. And then as you know, I took it upon myself. I said, I'm going to ask you the question. And then I asked my father, say, where did the rest of the money go? He said he doesn't know. He knows his own part. And back then, a lot of people came to my dad. A lot of village people who didn't have access because banking in Nigeria at the time was very limited. A lot of people gave him money. So he opened account on behalf of people and he had passbooks. And they came to him and said, hey, this is what happened. And it was a shock. It was a psychological defeat. It was a psychological hammer on Igbos. I remember this thing was strictly on Igbos, even though it was Eastern Nigeria war. So the people that are in the present Akwa Ibom and Cross River were excluded, and the Bayelsa and rivers, because in those areas they had the abandoned property. So apart from them, their money wasn't taken, they were also allowed to take Igbo properties. Again, I can tell you a whole lot of story on that because, as an estate surveyor based in Port Harcourt before I came to America, I was doing the appraisal of abandoned properties that were being purchased when David Mark was the chair of the Abandoned Property Committee, as he was a major then in Port Harcourt. So I have some very critical information on what happened because I saw it. So then go on, of course, when the war ended January 12th, the date may vary based on whoever you are listening to. And, he said, no victor, no vanquish. He's like, hey, one Nigeria, come back to the family, come back to the fold. But when the decree, I think it was decree number 71, I have a copy of it, and that's what it was backdated. So they said from the beginning, from the time Biafra started, that's when they're going to take the money. And if you remember, you wouldn't remember because you hadn't been born, but if you have read the history of it, the Igbos were the most banked people in Nigeria. Igbos were, because they were the ones that move around. They were the, your civil servants. They were your business people. They had more money in the bank than any other tribe, and their money was taken. And nobody ever said, "Hey, this is how much." What is his name? Awolowo was very instrumental in having this thing done because he wanted an advantage for the Yorubas. I'm not making a tribal statement here, but that's what happened. So after the money was taken, then they did the indigenization decree of 1972. So now the Igbos have been crippled because they couldn't go back and buy and invest in companies like, all those foreign companies that were in Nigeria, UAC and all these other ones. They couldn't do it because when Nigeria indigenized those companies, the foreign interest left. So who by default and design, the Yoruba stepped in. And that's when the Yoruba started having a corporate presence in Nigeria. Before then, it was Igbos, because remember, it was Ojukwo's father who was the founder of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Ojukwo's father was the first West African recognized as a millionaire by the British people. So the man was into every business in Nigeria, and of course, majority of that business was headquartered in Lagos, and it just didn't sit well with the people in the West, how an Igbo man was able to do that. So that's why. So for me, as a child, that just kind of stuck with me. Why would anybody take something from me that it does, that doesn't belong to them? And then I just kept it to myself. I keep reading on it. And then in 2000s, when I went to the leadership Dallas, I was like, well, I need to do something. I need to do something about this. But before then, I wrote to the Prime Minister of Britain. And I have copies of those letters because in my book, black and white, my American journey, all those things are going to be, published in the book. I wrote them. I said, hey, what happens to Igbo money? And they replied me. I wrote to the Exchequer, which is like the central bank of UK, and they just sort of like gave me a courtesy reply. I didn't think they were going to tell me anything, but back then, majority of this bank, money of Igbos were in what? Union Bank, today's Union Bank, which was Barclays Bank, and First Bank, which was Standard Bank, because the first bank to come to Nigeria was Standard Bank, which was in 1894. So they operated in Nigeria until the indigenization decree that they changed their name to First Bank and Union Bank. And then Bank of America, which today is one of the biggest banks in America, came to Nigeria in 1955. And he operated in Nigeria until the indigenization decree, and he became Savannah Bank. So those were the banks that were hosting Igbo's money. But when their decree was passed, they were forced to give up that money. So my question is, where is the balance? Yeah, you gave us 20 pounds, where is the balance? And I wrote an article on it that US Online, which is published by Chido Wangu, based in Houston. He carried it, and Chido said, "Educate if you are this way. If you get this thing done for Igbo people, you become a hero." I said, "Well, I don't know if I'm going to be a hero, but I'm going to ask the question. I'm never hesitant to ask a question when I know, I need the answer for people, because the Igbos haven't been the Igbos concern in Nigeria concerns have not been addressed." And if you may remember, when Asika was the Central State Administrator, people were hoping for Asika to, do something for Igbos. What did he say? This is my turn. Asika was the one that introduced Onubelu or Aroma. That this is my turn. When my own turn is done, somebody else. And that was just so the Igbos were keep hitting. They just keep hitting Igbo. Cordlinger, who changed this, Ogosi guy, who was the vice chancellor of University of Nigeria, said, "Hey, my name is Cordling, it's not Cordling." So the two of them were just anti-Igbo. They just frustrate Igbos. And then they go on, no Victor, no Bank Machine, was the one putting more salt on, fresh injury. But the Igbos persevered, the Igbos overcame, but that wound just keep lingering. So what I'm doing in America with the legal brief I have gotten is to file a lawsuit. And I've been having that legal brief. I've talked to many prominent Igbos, John Warder, another one, Iwala. They've all seen the people say, "Hey, you can give it to me." I said, "No, I'm not giving it to you because the lawsuit is not going to be done in Nigeria. It's going to be done in America because I'm a son of a victim. And what motivated me to do this is how the Jews were able to get their money from the Swiss bank after the Holocaust and the world ended. So there's a precedent, and there's no statute of limitation on this. What is frustrating for me is that Igbo leaders don't want to rally behind me or rally with me, not behind me, or rally beside me, so we can go ask the question. We still have some of the players in the Civil War that are alive. So let them come and tell us what they know or how they know it.
Right. So you've mentioned the balance question. Where is the balance? And I'll just like you to expand more on that. What balance exactly is being demanded? Are we talking of the unpaid money, the question of settling the unpaid money, or is this more of a broader demand for historical justice? I'd just like to get, where you're going with, the question of where is the balance.
Okay, so when you go to the bank today, I'm sure you have a deposit account, either what the Nigeria call fixed account or savings account, a current account or savings account. So then when you go to your bank, the bank said, "Hey, here's 20 naira as whatever the balance is." Well, so if you had 1,000 naira at the time, and then you came in and they gave you 20, so that means where is 980 of your money? And they take it of everybody that has it. That's the balance. Where is that balance? Where did it go? Did you go to Nigerian Treasury? If you went to the Nigerian Treasury, how much? You can't talk about money without saying how much the money is. If you say I took money from you, you're going to say how much money did I take and under what circumstances. So that accounting principle has not been addressed. Not Ojukwu after he came back from exile. Nobody has ever asked the Nigerian government how much money was actually taken from the Igbos. So you just do the math. Let's say there's 1 million Igbos or 500,000 Igbos at the time, and they had an average of 1,000 pounds. My dad, as a chief at the time and a real estate guy, he had more than that. So let's just say, and other people, he opened account on their behalf because banks were not very accessible for people in the villages. So people will give him money, and he held it every month. You go, they give him money to deposit, and from there he pays school fees for the kids of those people. But just for the sake of statistics. So let's say we have, 500,000 Igbos that opened account, and they had an average of, 1,000 pounds. Average. I'm not talking about some people may have more because there are a lot of businessmen back in it. What is that number? What is that number? Where is that money? So where is that money sitting? Is it sitting in Nigerian treasury, or at the time, because this money where the banks, there were not many Nigerian banks back then that were active. So it was Barclays Bank and Standard Bank and Bank of America. They were the majority banks at the time. So where's the money? Did they give it to Gowon, or they left it in the exchequer? And the bank has a fiduciary responsibility to account to the depositors, because that's the first order of business, to the depositors. Where is my money? Or I gave Nigerian people the balance because the decree forced me to do it. Did they put up a fight? Did they resist it? They didn't. So they were in collusion. And so when you sue, my understanding of class action lawsuit, you sue everybody and you also go after the pocket. So what the thing is, because it's an accounting thing, that book is still sitting in somebody's archive, whether in the Nigerian Central Bank or somewhere, it is sitting there. The question needs to be some legal action needs to force them to open that book. And the president has been there because, when they did it to the Jews, that's what happened. So that's where I copied it. I went to New York and talked to the lawyers who did it for the Jews. And, the guy at the time said, man, he said, Edward, why are you doing this? I said, I'm doing it, in honor of my dad. And he said he was going to work with me, and he recommended the law firm in Dallas. And they wrote the brief is about 10 pages. No Nigerian lawyer in America has ever heard of. I'm not a lawyer, I have done expert witness. No Nigerian lawyer, even the Nigerian lawyers that are trying to say, hey, you guys rally for this. Let's work with Nigerian lawyers at home in order to make noise. That's what in America we say, you got to make noise. But nobody want to take it. I'm not happy here, next time. So no. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't leave the wound to be open. I try to find a cure for it. So that's what is motivating me. I think the Igbos needs to know, so that at least when people say, oh, what did you guys do for Nigeria? I say, you took our money to fight us. And this is how much. Until that number is known, you just saying your money was taken is just become, just so more like a beer parlor chat. I'm about facts. It's an accounting thing. The books are there because the bank's supposed to hold the books. And the time since these banks were foreign banks, so they have it in their treasury. I went to Baltimore at the time from a few years ago when I was pursuing this stuff, and I met with the then central bank governor of Nigeria, Sylvester. And when I showed him what I was doing, the man paused and said, who thought you could do this? I said, oh God, I was just doing it for my dad. And then for the Igbos who were psychologically damaged, even when they were told no victor, no vouch. And the man said, whatever I can do. He's still alive. I don't think he's past everybody's, aged now. And then, he autographed a Nigerian Biafran money currency. I have it in my home, his signatures on it. And because this is historical.
All right, now let's also look at the implications that this caused. How significant would you say that the loss of savings of Igbo people at the time had an impact on the economic recovery? in the former eastern region, and even, up till what we're seeing now in the eastern part of Nigeria?
Well, it's been a snowball effect. First of all, it was a psychological damage. Okay, even though the Igbos, because of the nature of the Igbo person's resilience, they have bounced back. But, it is more like a wounded lion, still want to remain, on the aggressive or on the prowl. But so the question will always be, what if the Igbos' money were not taken? Because the fear of the other Nigerians was like, to cripple the Igbo man is to take the money away from him or her. That is their culture. There was a slang during the war. Until the only way you know if a Biafran soldier is actually dead, they give coins to Biafran soldiers. When you shoot a Biafran soldier, Nigerian soldiers, excuse me, they give Nigerian soldiers, so go and shake money in their ears. If they don't wake up after they hear the sound of money, then they know they are dead. Because they believe, so the way to cripple the Igbo man in the mind of Nigerians is to take money away from them. But based on the resilience of Igbos, if you look at from 1970 to 1979, when the election, the Shagari government was, came into power, who was the first Nigerian to give a national party 1 million, 2 million naira, which back in 1978 was almost worth $4 million. It was Alex Ekweme. So again, another shock on the Nigerians. These are the Igbos. In less than 10 years, you took money from them and they have this kind of money to give a national party. Again, to show that not only did Igbos overcome, the Igbos were about to prevail. But that's a LS equipment. How about so many other men and women in whose money were taken, who psychologically succumbed to that one singular act, and they never recovered? That is where the real cure is. How do we make amends? Some of them have passed away, some of them got stroke, some of them fell, some of them got into drugs, just to remind them that this is not a dream, this is a dream, it's not real. But that's what happened. Because again, one thing with our culture is that we don't look at the after effects of certain things. So we move on. Happy and ordinary no, Chukwu is our life when you have been abused. Don't let anybody abuse you and then defer action to God or Jesus or Muhammad. Those people, beings were alive when colonization happened and when slavery happened, and they didn't stop it. So the human factor always has to be in front of any individual who is seeking solution for an abuse. Because sometimes we defer this thing to, no. When somebody slaps you, don't turn the other cheek, punch their face. And that's what we want to do with this. We want to punch the face of the people that abuse Igbos by taking their money, especially when the head of state said, no victor, no vanquish. Remember, if he said, hey, I'm taking this money to rebuild what you guys destroyed, it would be different. But it's a contradiction by saying no victor, no vanquish. That means no winner, no loser. Is it not? Hello?
Yes, I'm with you, Mr. Outlaw. Go on.
Yeah, that's what it is. No winner, no loser, but then you turn around to cripple the people. You say no winner, no loser. So Gowon was very deceptive. Gowon was lying to Igbos, and I don't even think in the book he wrote that is now trending, that he even mentioned this 20 pounds. But whether he mentioned it or not out of just, omission by error or omission by commission, it doesn't matter. The Igbos' money were taken, and the Igbos need to know how much that was taken, how much was taken. We need to know that number. Was it 1 million pounds? Was it 2 million pounds? We need to know. Because that way we can start to, the journey to heal. Right now, we're just moving along, we're just putting a bandage over the wound. We want to heal. And that healing will start when we say, oh, we took this much money from you guys and we used it, this way. We use it to rebuild, so we said, okay, you took it to rebuild from us. We thought it was the federal government money. Or even the banks, in the UK, because that's where the lawsuit I'm working on is going to be. It's going to be based in US. I'm a US citizen. I'm a victim of. So the Jews didn't sue the Swiss bank in Germany or anywhere. They sued them in America, and these are either descendants that are still people who are alive, whose money was taken. And that's a lot of them that are alive. That if, in fact, this is something that Signature TV can do, that will be unique and give them a lot of audience. To take this as a public service project and announce anybody who has a passbook, because that was the order of money being recorded at the time, please come forward. We want to know. Bring your passbook from 1965, 67, 70, so we can see that and start that campaign. And then we'll do the rest. Because when I started this, even though Noah at the time was alive, I talked to, I said John Wodo, I've talked to a bunch of people, but sometimes they think, it's going to be Nigeria. I say it's not a Nigerian lawsuit because I don't trust the Nigerian court system. I don't trust judges don't have the depth of justice to make a ruling or something like this. So we're going to bring the lawsuit on the institutions that either colluded with the federal government to get this thing done. I mean, again, the legal brief is very explicit as to what can be done and how it's going to be done.
Now, do you think that financial compensation, just like you mentioned about where the money is and where it went to, do you think that it is enough reconciliation, or would you say that even apart from the financial compensation, that there is still a need for national reconciliation?
Well, I mean, the war has ended for more than half a century. 1970 to around is 56 years. So, that phrase, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. And so, we are 60 years into 40 and we still don't know, what it is that happened to us. So, the reconciliation is not for Nigeria, it's for families. Some of them may no longer be alive. But, when you're doing a class action lawsuit like this, there are two things you do. You look at actual damages. Actual damages are the money that was taken. You cannot ask for actual if you can prove how much that was taken from you. So that is actual damage. And then you look for punitive damages. Punitive damages is for negligence, abuse and those psychological, you could throw that in. So let's say somebody took $1 million from you. That's actual. It's provable. And then you can have a multiplier, say 5 to 7 times of that money, so you can sue them for $10 million. The rest is called punitive. So if we prove the actual, that is how much that was taken. Remember, this is more than 67. This is almost 60 years ago. Okay, we prove that because it's an accounting, bookkeeping. We prove that, and then we will sue for punitive. So in my calculation, and I have the formula, I'm not going to show the exact number. I think there are billions of Igbo money sitting in foreign banks and sitting there, and nobody has asked. I sort of get amused because people, read the Bible and do all of that stuff. But in the Bible say, if you don't ask, you don't get. Is it not what the Bible said? Ask and it shall be given. Knock and it shall open. The Igbos haven't asked, but the Igbos haven't knocked. Because when you start knocking, they may ignore you, but you keep knocking and they're going to say, what is it that you want from us? This is what we want. Because that's how the Jews did it. And I can tell you, I know how the Jews did it. I know the law firm that did it for them. I know how the whole process started and they get results. So, I mean, we're not doing anything new. Even if we are doing anything new, we are entitled to know how much money was taken from us. And I will be happy. And my father will be saying, yes, that's my son. He putting up a fight. He's not letting this thing go, because sometimes we think when the person that is directly affected is gone, that's the end of it. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. In compensation in law, if something, especially in the American, the American culture, if somebody took something from you, you are entitled to compensation, not to reparation. Igbos are not asking for reparation. We are asking for compensation. And for you to ask for compensation, you have to establish a date and time and what was taken from you. And then from there, you start to calculate, go forward. If you had £1 million, what if Igbos had, their money after the war ended? So what would have happened? That's subjective as well as objective. Objective in the sense that you could go back to the actual money that was taken and say, hey, this guy had £1 million or £1,000. This is what they could have done. But since you deprived it, you physically deprived them of access to their money, and then you psychologically, wounded them because now they have self-doubt. But there was a lot of robbery going on back in Enugu, in Igbo land at the time. That's why you had so many firing squad. I remember being a student, at Merchants of Light, that's where I went to secondary school. People have been shot. You bring them back there and they bring them to the village. So if somebody had robbed somebody, they take them to the village and tie them up in the village square and they shoot them, as a way to deter people, say, don't do this. But nobody ever studied, why is this going on? It was going on because people were hungry. You took their resources from them. So what do you think they're going to do? They're going to default into crime. All this is as a result of what happened. So what if Igbo money were not taken? Maybe it wouldn't be there. It's debatable, but at least we can make the argument that if they had their money, they wouldn't be robbing people.
Okay, now let's bring it down to, public memory. Younger Nigerians did not experience the war firsthand, and most cannot even relate to, your own experiences and what you're saying. So how do you think that, the younger generation can also engage with this history and some of these things you're saying as well, just to have that idea and also to be a part of requesting for this compensation that you speak about?
Good question. History is for matured mind. History is not for people who don't have the maturity of mind, because history should embolden you and enable you, but you need to know the facts. So, that's why I call it compensation. A conversation is not a lecture. I come home all the time. I like to engage the people with what I know. To say, hey, do you know about this? Do you know this? Most people are always get shocked. Most Nigerians born in 1970 are 50-something years old. A lot of them don't know this. The reason I know is because my father was well-to-do man. He was a wealthy guy. I didn't say he was the richest man, but I grew up a privileged kid. So I knew what he was doing. I knew when his money was taken. And he had the conversation with me. And so are many other families. So we need to have the history. I don't know whether history is being taught. It's been taught in Nigerian schools. At the time, they banned it. And the reason they banned the teaching of history in Nigeria is because they don't want to get people angry. But I said, don't be angry with history. I'm not angry about slavery. I'm not angry about colonization. I just say you're not going to do it. That's my own personal position. Because a white man slapped my grandfather when he did, and my grandfather didn't defend himself too bad on him. If you try to slap me, you have a fight on your hand. And that's what history has done for me. History emboldens me. It doesn't make me depressed. It doesn't depress me. I love history because I like to know what happened. And I said, oh, can I prevent it? But you remember, every generation, every time has its own challenges. So, again, I welcome, Signature TV to have this public service programming to where we can discuss something like this. Not to discuss it with the level of creating anger, but the level of creating, curiosity. Because curiosity is what makes education useful. If education is not transforming the mind to become new and improved, it's useless. And that's what I've always talked about. Education that we have should make us new and improved. That is our journey. We need to know, and we need to have this conversation with our kids. One of the things my parents did for me outside of education, I always sit down with my dad and have conversation. Say, Papa, I can't have Papa this, and he'll be telling me. And my father encouraged me to do that. My mom encouraged me. But now, People don't even sit down at home and have conversation with their kids. Everybody's so into social media. But I've always said, take out a time in a day, in a week, call everybody around the table, sit down. We used to do it in the village. Our grandma would be telling us stories. Gather your own people and share your journey. Life is a journey. Whether it's up and down, it's still a journey. It's a lesson to be learned by doing that. Not just go get a get a degree and hang it on the wall.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us once again on the program. It's always a pleasure to have you and to share ideas and conversations with you. Thank you once again.
Well, thank you for having me. I'll be in ENUGU soon. If you guys want to have a live audience conversation, we can hire a hall and we can get on this stuff. We want to empower our people with useful information.
Of course, it will be a pleasure. Thank you once again. Ejiko Okpai is a global affairs analyst, and we talked on Nigeria-Biafra Civil War, 20 pounds. Where is the balance? And with this conversation, we wrap up Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. We hope you enjoyed the discussions we had on the program this morning. Thank you for joining us and for being a part of the show. Do stay tuned as we have more packages from our Abuja studios coming your way. I am Uchenna.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Cool but rainy morning in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoko, and this is Signature Morning. Let us start this way. It is the season of politics. For now, it is intra-party politics. The political parties are choosing their candidates for elections at the different levels of governance in our country. But it is also what I may call the season of reckoning. Because a number of the candidates will begin to make promises. A number of the candidates will begin to tell you what they have done. The Igbo have a saying that if you know you can cure the devil's arrow, let me tell you what the Igbos call the devil's arrow. Whitlow. If you can cure it, if you can heal it, let's see your fingers and see whether your own fingers are straight. You cannot have crooked fingers caused by Whitlow and you say, oh, I am an expert in curing or healing of our federation experience in different administrations. Prince, and I welcome you to the program.
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome.
And thank you for having me.
Great. Prince, I said this could be the season of reckoning. Can I ask how you feel, what expectations you have as the political parties begin to make their choices? Because all these will lead to actual elections and the improvement of government at different levels. What should the political parties be doing now in selecting their candidates?
Yeah, the political party selecting the candidate is one thing, and letting the candidates to know the manifesto of the party, manifestos of the party is another thing. Some of them are jumping from one political party to the other without knowing the manifestos of that political party you are joining. And then at the end of this, things will not all go well to the political party, to the candidates themselves, and to the nation in general. How can you enter a bus that you don't know the destination of that bus? For instance, it cannot see a luxurious bus going to Owerri or Abia or Kaduna. You jump into it when you are going to Lagos. So you must know the manifestos of the political party you are joining.
Yeah, but Prince, that also brings me to something. You just raised a different issue totally. Do we really know the manifestos? Are the political parties hinting, because it's not time for campaign yet, so they may say it's not time for us to unwrap what we have and bring this content out of the envelope? What kind of manifestos should the Nigerian electorate be expecting for the political parties, and therefore being able to align the candidates to the manifestos of those parties? What kind of expectations should Nigeria be having?
You know, manifestos is a strategy. It's what you are going to use in selling yourself to the public.
But it's a promise as well.
Yeah, yes, of course. But from how many years now? In the past, from up, more than 2 decades now, many people will contest election on the political party, and they will not know the manifestos of that political party. And this is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria as a nation. You can ask anybody. Also, they're supposed to be telling people, this our manifesto, this one. That's what they're supposed to tell people first. If I'm a national party of a chairman, and you are coming to my party, I said, this is our this is our manifestos. This is what we believe. This is
what we stand for.
What we stand for. Then, during the campaign, then it starts to
break those things down,
telling it to the people. But then we have hazardly tell people during the campaign, this is our manifesto, without
the candidates themselves being knowing or being convinced that they can deliver on those manifestos.
On those manifestos.
It's being rooted in the subnationals. And I'll tell you why I want to root this conversation in the subnationals. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has on more than 10 occasions said that his government is generating more revenue than any other government in recent history. And that's his statement has been supported by virtually every other state governor in this country by admitting that they are getting much more money than they have ever gotten before. Every time you and I and some of our other colleagues sit down to do analysis of the outcome of governance and all that, we seem to focus our attention on the federal government. Whereas if you look at the quantum of money going to now to the state governments ought also be held to account. Now, a number of the state governments will be having their this is their last tenure. This is after May of next year, they are gone and gone for good. But some of them want to continue. Is it not time we began asking questions? If you want to continue, tell us what we've accomplished. Since you are getting much more money, show us, as Igbo say, show us your hand. Is it not time?
Yeah. Let me just digress a little bit.
Yes.
I met one American during the Buhari regime. He told me that in the United States, some people do not know the name of their president. All they know is that they vote for party and their county chairman and their governor. They don't who they know. They don't know any other person. But first of all, let me use the medium to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for giving governors more money for those who are working with the money, and less job for those governors who believe in frivolities. You see, it is painful at times.
Yes, please.
Let me start from Cross River, Governor Utu. There's a program he called Kick Out Hunger and Bamboo something initiative. He brought Chinese people. And this bamboo initiative of Governor Utu can give Nigerians more than 10 million jobs when they finish this thing. And the population of Joes looking for jobs in Cross River may not be up to 500,000. So I commend Governor Utu for that one. And the president should help him more, help Governor Utu on that. You go to Adamawa.
Okay.
Adamawa State. Governor Fintiri. He built one model school in each of the local government. 5 flyovers, international shopping complex with a conference center. That one is still ongoing. A lot of projects going there. You go to what they call it, Oshu State. There was a time the president, not the president, the federal government is I don't know whether they have finished their court case with the governor.
Yes.
And
that's over local government revenue.
And the federal government block
allocation
going to Oshu local government. But it does not stop the governor, the dancing governor. It didn't stop him from working. Adeleke is working without that, that
allocation to local government.
And when he's having some problem, he called his elder brother. They do that. He also called Davido. They brought in money for him to start handling a local government fund. I am from Southeast. Let me say that I prefer to call myself an Igbo man, because instead of calling myself from Southeast, because if you want to know the real people from Southeast, it starts from Benue, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers. Some of our Igbos brothers, they're in Benue. We have 13 indigenous people of.
Let's leave that.
Okay, let's leave that. So we know what is happening in all those things. Go to Abia State, for instance. Some people come and say, Tinubu is giving LSOT money. He's giving LSOT money. He's giving Abia State money. My question to them is Tinubu giving LSOT money from his pocket? Is it not the same allocation he's giving to the 36 state governors? Is it not the same thing they are giving them? Is it not the same money that Wike is receiving in the center? Wike is performing very well in Abuja. Is it not from the same source, federal government, that said the LSOT is this thing out of envy? My brother, I'm not a fan of LSOT, but as an Igbo man, I'm proud of LSOT. How can a LSOT? He just celebrated under 2 years of his being a governor. He did what three governors could not do in 24 years. Under 2 years, that time. Now, under 3 years, now he just celebrated 3 years. His record showed that he commissioned 414 roads. When we are busy doing our stala here, going to our Muslim eating and doing merriment, Abia State is about former trade government, they are owing about $190-something billion. Google it, you will see it. And let's want to reduce it to 42. He cleared $140-something billion from the Abia State debt. And what they call them, debt management.
Yes.
They recommended the election.
Can you hold your peace there?
Yes, sir.
Because why I say you hold your peace, you have raised something that should be an integral part of this conversation. Know that the issue we're addressing now is holding the state governments to account. Now, we began that conversation by taking up statements made by the president himself that the federal government is giving more money to the states. And the state government themselves admitting that they're getting much more money than at any time in the history of this country. You are trying to give me examples of states that are performing. But permit me, I'm going to give you the list of the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. And I ask you whether it is not a contradiction. Lagos state government is owing 2.65 trillion naira. Is debt. These statistics are from the Debt Management Office. Kaduna is owing 1.03 trillion. Rivers State government is owing 641.29 billion. Edo, 596.9 billion. Ogun, 491.28 billion. Cross River, 455.34 billion. Bauchi, 407.83 billion. Enugu, 355.35 billion. Delta, 291.95 billion. And Imo, 262.64 billion. These are the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. Now, I cannot measure development statistically like this. If the level of indebtedness is to be measured against the amount of money you have borrowed, Lagos State should be the most developed, followed by Kaduna, followed by Rivers, followed by Edo, Ogun, Cross River, in that order till get to Imo. These 10 most indebted states in the country are supposed to be the most developed because they have borrowed so much money in addition to all the money given to them by the state government. Now it is time of reckoning. Elections are coming. Should we be asking questions? This is your level of indebtedness. Can you weigh it against the level of development? Prince, I decided to go through these statistics to enable you now begin to raise questions or answer questions as to what the state governors be telling us now, why they performed or did not perform, why they will ask for re-election or not.
So thank you also for this information that you brought in now. Indebted state. Let's see the Abia State as our
okay
as our
example.
of state developing without no.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Because you are citing Abia State, yes, as developing, but
Yes.
Abia State is not one of these indebted states.
It's
So where is the money of this?
Yes. That, excuse me. Everything depends on the behavior of your governor. Everything depends on the behavior of governor. Governors and the local government, Tinubu will not be there forever. Because I thank Tinubu for creating a local government autonomy and making sure that he's pumping money to the state and local government. Tinubu even went to Supreme Court. He didn't do it with executive order. He went to Supreme Court and he got judgment for the state government. Are they seeing the money? I need to ask them questions, not today. Tomorrow.
But the time of
the time of reckoning is coming. Time of reckoning is coming. That's what I'm using Alex Otis as an example. Where is he getting the money? It's not from the same federal government allocation. Do you know this route? As I said, let me not say, development wise, as I said, it was dead before Alex Otis came in. Development wise. But Alex Otis came, he brought, he resumed like a and the Sambakwe, the development side. Resume it and start working. Go to a new local government. So a man, Alex Otis, even if he doesn't do anything, he did 200 primary health care centers. It's scattered to Abia State. The old one, he modernized them. He built new ones with a modern lab, reducing reduce the traffic to the general hospital and the other hospital and private hospital. Because if you're having a minor headache in my village,
you don't need to go.
I don't have to go to what they call it.
Any reference hospital.
Yeah, but he made that's easy, and the people at Fabia, they're happy with that. Apart from that, he's building like last time during the time of during his third time.
Third year anniversary.
He laid a foundation sort of a hospital in Bend. He's building one in Ungwa. He's building many, and at the same time, if you go to Arochukwu General Hospital, half of the hospital, we occupied half of the hospital. He's modernizing all those things. Where is he getting the money? Go to Aba. Aba was the dirty capital of Nigeria. See what he did in Aba. Investors are coming to Aba. Now they're manufacturing tire in Aba. Many companies, a man spent $100 billion to raise the food processing industry in Aba. Bring it to people in Aba. People now, and let's notice, as I'm talking to you now, the airport, because the former governor, let me not, he said that it collected 10 billion naira for airport. But people who are making jest of him say that he built it for witches and wizards. That's why Elizabeth cannot see the airport. But Elizabeth is building airport now. Now, there are feasibility study going on how it's going to be Obaku port. Where is Elizabeth getting the money? That's my question. It's not from the same governors. A governor can come now. And do you know one good thing about Tinubu? Apart from giving them that excess fund, they are giving all the when governors did federal government told in their state, Tinubu will pay federal government refund them. So you can see some governors, they are being flying private jet, their wife is private jet. If the wife want to do her, the wife will use private jet, go to Abuja and do private jet and go to their state. Some of the governors in Nigeria, they live in private jet more than sitting in the office. And they're asking me what are they doing with the money. They're using the money for frivolities. Maybe when they share the money to some people, they'll be shouting. No? How can a governor, a state in Nigeria receive averagely, some of them, about 50 billion every 8 years.
Much more than that.
No, that's actually average. But a governor cannot cite a project of a project of 50,000 naira in a local government. It can't build even what they call it, culvert or public toilet What do you do with the state government money? The local government money. They have answered for all this question, no? And that's what is opening our eyes. Fintil is opening our eyes. People like Governor Otu, they're opening our eyes. Adeleke, I tell you what's happening in Adeleke, you know. How can a governor? Because a governor is tying a road that costs 3-4 local governments, federal government roads, that will collect the money. And it will sing hallelujah that I think there's a project that passed through your state. No. Local government money is for local government, not for state governors, not for their wives. How can you know? Excuse me. At times, I like using the LSOT as a yasi. LSOT don't spend. You know, he stay in Niger State. He doesn't move out. He hasn't moved out. If he comes to Abuja, the next day he will go back. The same thing as some governors. How can a governor be living in Abuja and you are governing your state? When they are stealing, you will not know. When at times they will bring a paper for you to sign, and they will go put you be licensed in Abuja, and you call yourself a governor.
Now, Prince, you know that this conversation is also supposed to help, because very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors want to come back. Very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors who have completed their tenure would want to go to the Senate. And it is a candidate becomes attractive to the electorate when the electorate is satisfied with his precedent. When he was governor, how did he perform? What did he do? How accountable was he? And therefore, why can I trust him with the Senate responsibility, with the Senate seat? Now, the Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvement in the hospitals since Governor A began his governorship. The Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvements in schools and educational facilities since Governor A came to power. The voter who has not seen any improvement in the roads, the urban areas that do not even have water. I'm talking of things that are within the control of the state government. How should the electorate be reacting to their candidature if they begin to rear their heads and say, I want to go to the Senate or I want a second term? What should the electorate be saying to them now? Because we're saying the day of reckoning is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, any sitting governor that doesn't perform have no business going for a second time. Any governor who did not perform have no business going to Senate. What I mean to Senate? As a governor, you have the money to develop the whole state. But you use the money in flying private jets. Now you want to come to state to come and do what in the Senate? To come and be hiding in the Senate? Nigeria, please, I'm begging you, if your governor did not perform, don't let him to come to the Senate. Now, as a governor, you will not. It didn't see him. You can't hold him. You know when you come to Abuja, you come and hold him responsible for what? Hold him for a development. Good development you don't want him to do for you again. And again, where we are going to put eyes in Nigeria now is the governors that want to plant a person who will replace them.
We'll come to that. That is very critical. We'll come to that. This is Signature Morning, and we're reaching you from Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. Take a break. Please. You're welcome back. My guest is still in the studio, Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Elias Odemena is publisher of Head News magazine and is a public affairs and is taking a lot of interest in governance and the outcome of governance. Prince, you were talking to the electorate. A governor who did not perform cannot suddenly learn how to perform when he comes to the Senate. A governor who did not perform in the first 4 years cannot suddenly discover himself in the next 4 years that he wants to ask for. So the electorate, you are talking to them. Please continue.
As I said before, if you are a governor and you are not doing anything, and you think that when you come to Abuja, you make your central district to be a Paris in Africa. No. Some of them are coming to Abuja to be resting, sleeping in the National Assembly. They don't have. What do they know? How do they know? Some of them are governors. They don't know their left and their right. They don't know their left and their right. Do you know the problem we are having is that people always muzzle power. When you muzzle power, you make everybody in the state to be apprehensive. In some states, like if I'm from some allegedly, that was somebody told me, allegedly if you are from state, if you talk against what government is not doing, or he said government is not doing this thing, tomorrow the governor will tag you a member of IPOB. Tomorrow the governor will tag you as a member of ECL. The people who are so apprehensive in the southeast, the Igbo land, that where some governors, they feel free and do whatever they like, but nobody will talk to them. But as I told you, the day of reckoning is coming. It cannot be governor for more than 8 years. Even if you are governor for 16 years, that 16 years will elapse one day.
Now, Prince, I have a challenge personally. And can I share my challenge with you?
Go ahead, sir.
These governors who did not perform, about whom you are speaking now, still find their ways to picking tickets for the political parties. And the political parties will tell you they have an influence because the political parties want to win election. So, with their influence, they become prized in their political parties because they are most likely win election. Can we now please have a conversation on how these governors and how these non-performing politicians win the election? Let me cite 1 or 2 examples. Very soon you will start seeing printed cloth with their names and their pictures on them. And women whose own dresses have torn and have been patching and managing in the past 2 years or 3 years or 4 years of that governor's tenure will suddenly get 3, 4, 5 pieces of cloth to wear. And suddenly, people will start getting empowerment. Envelopes of 10,000, 5,000. And suddenly, the electorate will start seeing these same people coming to the market square to shake hands with traders and all that, and then sitting down to join the akra fryer, or the person selling palm wine, or the person selling hura de nunu, sit down to buy and eat and drink with them. And the electorate tends to forget the non-performance of the past 4 or 5 years. So what do you say to the electorate? Because you see it play out.
Everything is crystal clear. In Nigeria, governors any other option than to wait for you during the campaign. So you mentioned clothes. Some will give bag of rice. They will spend the state money. Governor, Governor this bag of rice, of this rice, of this salt, and they will sharing it to electorate. My brother, we have enough land in Nigeria. If you are a governor, that money they are going to use in buying of rice to share to people. Why not use that money to cultivate rice? To have rice farm, agriculture farming, animal husbandry. We can use that money. So let's talk now. I don't see people are doing campaigning, shouting their head. Electorate is busy commissioning projects. It's not campaigning, and it's not campaign. That was there one day. As the president of, as the convener of Igbo Union, if let's say governor of Abia State, that means that the Igbos were so ungrateful. The least he can score is 85. We can accept it. You said it before. And let's what if he scored 80%, you're not going to be governor of Abia State.
Okay, Prince, I'm going to take you on now frontally. You, because you mentioned something, you are the convener of
Igbo Union.
Igbo Union. Can I tell you also what these politicians will do and what they do? Because you are the convener, and because you hold these meetings all over the country and sometimes outside the country, speaking, trying to organize Igbo people where they are, they see you as a point of influence. And Prince, they want to reach the mass of people following you, and they come in division and say, Prince Elias, we need to, we need to, I just manage this 500 million. Because I'm telling you what happens. What should people like you therefore be doing? Because you become the vehicle for convincing those who have been impoverished to vote for the person who impoverished them.
Yeah, thank you for this point. Before Governor Soludo started demolition part of Onitsha market, I was in your sister station, Arise Television, and I told him that if you are breaking that market, you are not an emperor. You are a governor. Before you start to do what you want to do, please make sure that you have alternative place for the people of
those traders,
those other Ochanja market or all those markets. Not Ochanja. I think it's Ochanja. That's the market. I told them, look for a place where the traders can stay before you start. Or one of these a new market. Do you know that after that interview, somebody from Onitsha come and said that they want to honor me in Onitsha? I told him, no. I did it free of charge. I did it as an Igbo man. It's just a news clip, news interview. The people of Arise Television, they invited me. They didn't charge me money. So why should I use money? Why should I be collecting money from the people of or the tenants from Onitsha? Oh, they want to give me something. They are happy with what I said, defending them. Well, because they short the market because of Sister Atumat Monday, yes. Because of Nnamdi Kanu. That's why the people say they will not do. And I talk extensively, but not what we are going to them. They should listen Nnamdi Kanu so that something will start, so that all those things will stop. That's what I'm going now. But let's come back to what
yeah, because the point I was trying to, the point I made was that people like you become the point for getting those who are impoverished by those in power to get your followers to then vote them back into power.
That's why we are saying that now any governor who refuses to perform, don't accept him, don't accept all his lineup, all his candidates. You know, they'll have candidates. Some of them will have, they want a person who will come and cover their shame. when you are there for 8 years, you didn't do anything. Then one governor from Southeast, he said in the office, a month to the time he's going to hand over, he was crying that God, can you give me 2 months ago? He said, even if they give you 6 months, you cannot perform. So people should stop all these cultural groups. Please, this is the time, you people, because after the free sharing rights, after that tenure, people start suffering again. Don't vote anybody that you know that is, doesn't have their goodwill in their mind. Let me tell you something. In Igbo Union, we want to honor this woman. They say, why can't you honor her husband? Akpabio. Because it's Akpabio. We want to honor his wife. Because Akpabio, as a governor, he started road from Akwa Ibom to Arochukwu. There's a bridge they call Nkana Bridge. I think about 500, meters. Akpabio did it, showing the relationship between the old Southeasterners. Akpabio today, that's not what we are doing, but I have to digress more. Akpabio today, he's former chief of staff at an Igbo man. He's one serving as an Igbo man. He built church in his in ENUGU, roads in ENUGU. So Igbo Union said to honor his wife because of what he's doing to us. And this is like a challenge to our daughters that married influential men. So always tell them, please, this is where I am from. We don't have roads in our place. We don't have this, we don't have that. So they can do it. Not that when a flesher man marries you, you forget your source. Because there's another that said that any river that forgets its source will dry up. So politicians, I'm begging, what they call it? I'm begging the electorate. I'm begging cultural groups. Okay. Please don't accept anything from politicians. Always tell them do this and do this, that. How can a governor be saying, you stay 8 years, you didn't do anything? When you want to go out, you plant your in-law, your son-in-law. They can't work in the Southeast. They can't work in the Southeast. There was allegedly a governor from Southeast who wanted to plant a young man sleeping with his daughter to be a governor. But the people rejected the son-in-law.
Oh, okay, no, wait. There's a difference, Prince. Let us be both courteous and civil with our language. It is sleeping with your wife. It can be an in-law. Let us call the person his in-law. Yes. He does not somebody sleeping with his daughter. No. Okay, I know too. But let us sleep with your daughter. Please. Okay. I will do that. But I'm an elder. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, I will do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are discussing. I know. You said now. Please let us be serious. Yes. Let us. We have been focusing on the governors. Yes, sir. In assessing the failure or success of the subnationals and what the electorate should be doing with them. Now, can we begin to look at the local governments? You raised something here this morning, and that is you thanked the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for working to give financial autonomy to local governments. The expectation from ordinary Nigerians, therefore, is that the local governments should be given more development at the local level. But for goodness sake, that's not what is happening. Even though the president contradicted himself, and I must say that publicly, because after obtaining that Supreme Court judgment that gave financial autonomy to the local governments, the president told the governors when they visited him in Ikoyi that he was not taking away their local government from them. That was contradiction. But let's assume that the judicial pronouncement is the bottom line, is the ultimate position. Why is it that the local government chairmen seem to be just lapdogs sitting attached to the governors as masters? What should the electorate be telling them? Because some of them also want to return for second term, or some of them want to go for higher positions, political positions.
Is it not time also to begin to say, let's begin to hold them to account?
Yeah. You know, that's where we went to last time. They said that to whom much is
given.
No, they said no, during our NUJ press week in Transcorp.
Yes.
They said to whom much is expected, much is
what should be
to whom much is expected,
much should be given.
Not the other way we say. So these governors, they are the problem of Nigeria. You are talking about holding
the local government chairman
accountable. How can you hold local government accountable when they handpick all those local governments? Some of them are attacked. Some local governments are attacked. It's only in Niger State here you see a local government chairman who has a doctorate degree, who is a doctor, who is this and who is that. So local governments are attacked, and governor brought them. This, at the end of the day, allegedly, I'm not here. You said that you received 500 million,
and you sign.
And you sign. At the end of the day, when chiefs are down, that must be right for
of course.
Local government chairman, and let me warn you, you are going to account for the money you are collecting. Go to Niger State. They have social development something, I don't know what they called it. That's why Lesotho is working in all the local governments in Niger State. All the local Lesotho is working in all the local governments in Niger State. Project. So we will not see one single
naira from their own allocation.
Yes, from one single convert. But go to Lesotho, building hospitals, roads, schools.
Prince, let us not make it a Lesotho program.
No, we
are using so many instances to say. But let us.
Yes, people should be emulating that man, that short man. That short man they call a Lesotho. People should be emulating him. He's tall at surface, but a giant at heart.
Yeah, but the issue I want you to address is what should we be telling? Is it okay? You said that a number of those local government chairmen may end up in jail because they have now received Supreme Court backing to be financially autonomous. If they are there and they are signing documents that incriminate them as having received what they did not receive, the day of reckoning is coming.
Yes.
And if they end up in Kuje or Kirikiri, that is surely their own business.
Yes.
But the electorate is my interest this morning. Some of the local government chairmen may want to go to higher political positions. If they are so lily-livered as not to protect the authority, autonomy given to them by the judiciary, should they go any further?
No. Local government chairmen, as I said before, governors have handpicked them. But we are going to hold them in case some of them that are educated, that want to go to House of Assembly, they want to go to House of Rep, even some of them would like to go to the House of Senate, it depends. Electorate will ask them, you are local government chairman for 3 years, 4 years. What did you do to us? What did you do for us? What did you brought to us? Electorate should reject them. And not only local government chairman, electorate should reject senators, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members who want to come back again, or who want to go and do other things. Electorate should reject them. I believe they should reject them. In Nigeria, governors feel that. A governor now, you be a governor. When you want to select your commissioner, you select by yourself. But when president want to select minister, you want him to
consult with
you before he can select a
minister for your state.
And yes, a minister. And those governors, they overbearing, they over-assessing themselves. They are giving themselves the power they don't have. But we are waiting for them. That's why some of them, after being a governor, they want to go and be Senate president. Because they cannot mix with people. So that the immunity will be covering them. A governor, after being a governor, they want to go and be a Senate president. No. Akpado is not my friend. By the grace of God, if Tinubu comes back to power, let Akpabio remain there. But if any other person comes, if they want to choose Akpabio, I'll be happy because Akpabio is our in-law. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot for us.
Praise. Now, there is an institution that ought to be holding the state governments and the state governor to account and prevent the governor from the excessive use of his executive powers, the state legislature. You just said now that it is the state governor that most of the time handpick those who become local government chairmen. You also said here that the state governors wrestle the money allocated to local governments to do whatever they want with it. If the state governors are acting this way, what of the state legislature? The state legislature is supposed to check the excesses of the governors. It is either they are complicit or they are incompetent. If they are complicit, what should the electorate act? If my phone was here, I could have shown you videos of some legislators who want to return to power across the country. And I sit down and ask myself that if these people are not able to check the excesses of the governor and they want to go back to power, what do they go back there to do? So, those of them who want to even return to the state legislature, who have not been able to perform and check the governors, should they go back there?
You said they are either
complicit or incompetent.
They are both. They are both. The legislators are both. You ask me why? Okay, some governors will come to power now. When they come to power now, the opposition party, they have something like 9 members in the House of Assembly. You know what they will do? They'll go and buy. They'll go and buy them. When they bought them over, then his party will have majority in the House of Assembly.
Prince, did you hear the language he used? And that is the language I want you to address. They buy them over. In other words, those legislators have put themselves up for sale.
They are now slaves to the governor. I'm coming, sir. They are not slaves to the governor. I said, if a governor come to power now, some of them, what they will look, how many, he said 9 members, 10 members of opposition party, maybe 3 from Dapa, 2 from 1, you bought them over. When they bought them over, they are now his slave. Then, there always be a contest who will be the speaker, who will be house leader, deputy speaker. The governor will go and choose. He will choose for them. And use money also. That's the end of that legislators. That's what they call rubber stamp. The House of Assembly will be permanently be rubber stamp
for the governor. Prince, wait. My producer. Okay, go ahead.
Some of them, a speaker of House of Assembly, if you want to meet his wife, you got to take permission from the governor. I'm telling you, he's caged. He's caged. Go ahead, sir.
Now, my producer says I don't have more than 3 minutes.
Yes,
in all this conversation we have had this morning, let's look at the takeaways. Governors who have not performed, who want to return, electorate should reject them. That's what you said.
Yes, reject them. Reject them.
Governors who have not performed, who want to go to the Senate, the electorate should dump them.
Yes.
But I said to you, the political parties consider them as people of influence, and the parties want to win election. riding on the back of incompetence or corruption to win election? How good is that?
Yes, but most of the governors are not working. They will carry the whole money. They use that money to buy votes. That's why some of them, their political party are giving them tickets. But this time, people are awake. I am appealing to the electorate. When a former governor, a senator, former senator, a sitting senator, a sitting governor, when they bring money to you to vote for them, collect it and don't vote for them. That money is your money.
Okay, that money is your money. That's what Prince is saying. In the last election, we are told, collect the money, is your money. But it's a bit difficult in a very moralistic society like ours. How can I collect this man's money? But Prince says it is not their
It is your money, not the governor's money.
Your money, not the governor's money. Well, I don't know whether they should even collect it at all.
No,
because sometimes it's good to tell the truth right in the face of the criminal. But that's your position. In the past 1 hour, I've been conversing with Prince Elias Odemina. He's the convener of Igbo Union. But this morning, he came in his capacity as publisher and public affairs analyst. We've looked at the day of reckoning as political activities pick up. We looked at what the performance records of the governors are. Some of them are exiting now because they have completed their tenure. Some of them are asking for a re-election. The question is, have they justified re-election? Have they justified being given another opportunity at a different level of our governance structure? His one regular line is, either failed, don't give them a second chance. Don't give them a second chance, because the leopard does not change its spot. Prince, I want to thank you for finding time to join us this morning.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
My name is Wabos Njoka. Of course, the name never changes. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. Please have a great day. Bye-bye.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day from sizzling snippets.
Outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkata Umibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalu as our speaker, and he spoke on Igbo Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odwa, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Chomambanefo, we've had Kingsley Lieze, the CEO of Tennessee, we've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not live here today. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So, Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndumiri Nduazu, interrogating the state of human rights in Ali Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the... Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm a Igbo. And I'm like Nkata Basalo Ndi Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus Makonya Ta Nature. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired Makonya Ta Nature. Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as per from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Maazị Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously, because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish, several riverine areas. What takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri, a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dibe, madibe aru n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ, biri kambiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them, because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect to what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things are, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is what is human rights? You should be entitled to the rights repeatedly. The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. You had to run beyond an evil forest, or you had to run beyond an evil forest, or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, oh, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man cultivated her ede. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable. Whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man. That everything good came with the white man. No. We had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered. We so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You
You don't steal the king of clubs. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking her questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I'll tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndiakoromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Korakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the how can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights industry in Nigeria, anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to